and he sent in Craig McDermott, who did sort of what Morris did. He got 14 off 8 balls before Graham Gooch bowled him. This one is right on his stumps, and now the slog's on brilliantly. It's 4 more, this one out to deep, extra cover by Smuts, and he's on 18 off 19 now, and South Africa away.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Opening batsman in the T20 in the power play. But no, that 6 and that 4 have made his numbers look a lot healthier.
Yeah, and it just brings South Africa back into it a little. And can he now finish the over? Plunkett, 0 for 11 off 0.5. This is his first over. 37 for 2. He bowls, and this one is just rising a bit, and he plays it to a very, very short mid-wicket who can't get in quickly enough for a single. So that's the end of the power play. What were England? Do we remember? 42 or something?
We were 46 for 1 because we just missed your 47 that you wanted.
They got a 4 off the last ball, I think.
Yeah,
that's right. So there you go. Right there, South Africa have lost a wicket more, and they've scored 8 runs less, which means that they are struggling.
Now, tweets. Nestle Boy wants us to have T-shirts up for sale with commentators' quotes. I think that would be an excellent marketing move. Dr. Dan Diper sent in another sketch. This one of Alex Hales' catch in this. So this is David Miller catching Alex Hales. Great catch it was too in the England innings.
Oh, nice.
Nestle Boys just updating us on the tennis. It's Cilic v Lopez at the final in Queens, and it's 8-8 in the tie-break in the final
that's
set.
fantastic.
So that would be a good one to be at.
Do we all remember the Queen's final about 3 years ago when the guy got disqualified for kicking the advertising hoarding, which clattered onto the linesman's shin, and there was much blood?
Yes,
he was TQ'd.
That was now Bandian against Cilic, wasn't it? It was.
And who was it who got DQ'd?
Now Bandian was the one. No, Cilic won. Yeah.
How funny. We have Crane. We have Crane on, and his first ball is a minor disaster because it's been swept for 4. He had a fantastic debut the other day.
Yep, and let's find the Crane jingle. Do we have Crane jingle?
You might well do, but this one, I don't think it was a bad ball, actually. It was quite nicely flighted, maybe a little bit too leg stump, and Smuts is really going through the gears now, and it's his worrying times for England. But if you haven't noticed, South Africa are over 10 and over needed, as this one is played out to point and there's no run. So that sort of slipped us by a bit, hasn't it? Before that, they needed 144 or 14, which is desperately difficult. But A.B. de Villiers is the man who laughs in the face of such frivolity. Crane again. This one's slightly short of a length and is played out to the sweeper where there's a single. So 5 off the first 3 balls. Although it's been a minor disaster for Crane, he's actually keeping it under the runs required.
Lopez has beaten Cilic 4-6, 7-6, 7-6, and the 2 tie break 7-2 and 10-8.
It was 8-all in the tie break. I thought it was 8-all in games.
No, here's a jingle for the bowler. I found it. If it'll play, damn you.
As he bowls, and this one is outside the leg stump, not a very good ball, but mid-wicket has come around. Are they going to save the second run? No, they're not, because the ball sails over Butler's head by, he would have needed to be 10'3", not 6'1".
The selectors say, Mason, you're a good guy. What a laggy you could be. The future of English cricket rests in thee.
Okay, this is to our new fielding position that not quite long off, I think we've called it, or something. Jordan fields, and there's a single. So 8 off Crane's first over. Can he finish it? That's always the question in situations like this. This one's a terrible long hop. It's played out to cow corner. Luckily there is a man there, and he gets away with dross, which is lucky. Only 9 off the over, and that pushes the run rate up even further. Now 135 needed of 13 with 8 wickets standing. England must be about 87% to win this match, but maybe that I'm deluded, and with AB de Villiers there, it's not quite as much as high as that. I could give you a bookie odd to see what they think.
A.B. de Villiers is again, he wants to be the captain for the World T20 when it comes around again, and so he really has to prove himself, and to prove himself he's going to have to win series. And unfortunately, because limited overs captaincy includes the 50 overs, which I don't think he's particularly interested in anymore, and kind of let slip through his fingers by not really actively participating like he normally would. I think like I've said before, he's going to try to make all of these count for $1 billion.
Indeed, as I'll be able to give you the bookies odds in a second, as this one is played out to mid-wicket. It's Plunkett continuing for a single. To Schmutz takes him to 26. England are actually paying out at £1.36 on the pound. So in other words, only 2 to 1 on. And South Africa, you only get £3.20 back on the pound, which I think is extremely stingy, but I think England are actually very generous. But we'll see. It just takes 2 or 3 good overs and it comes right back into it. And de Villiers is off to a good start on 7 off 4 balls. And this one is played very, very short to mid-on, who comes in and flicks it. He doesn't pick it up. He just he bats it, or do you know the game of fives? He just
Yes.
played fives with the ball.
It was remarkable that. I'm not sure I've seen that before. You get taught as a youngster to underarm flick the ball, but it's not actually if you're picking it up and then you're flicking it. Whereas what that was a kind of a flick slap. Roy.
Now we're just watching it again. I'm not sure there's any flicking here at all. It was almost a scoop, wasn't it? And this one's straight through to the keeper. This run rate's coming. This run rate's going to get up to nearly 11 and over quite soon. Schmutz is on 26 off 26. He's played some lovely shots, but it's far too slow.
Now on the question
कि पहली इनिंग हो गई कि नहीं। अरे भाई पहली इनिंग कैसे होगी, अभी तो मैच स्टार्ट हुआ है, हो नहीं जा रहा है मैच स्टार्ट। सो प्लीज़ और प्लीज़ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लाइक, जितने ज़्यादा लाइक देंगे उतना ही अच्छा लगेगा हमको। और आपको भी पता है कि जितने व्यूवर्स हैं, हम कम से कम इतना तो चाहते हैं कि जितने व्यूवर्स हैं, पिछली वीडियो को लाइक्स बहुत कम आए थे, उसके पहले की वीडियो से बराबरी की जाए तो, लेकिन इस बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए दोस्तों। आप हमें बहुत सपोर्ट कीजिए ताकि हम बहुत आगे निकल सके, और आपके साथ हम जुड़ रहेंगे और आप भी हमारे साथ में जुड़े रहिए। चलिए होने वाला है अभी शुरू मैच। कवर्स भी हटाए गए हैं, सभी बिल्कुल रेडी है, कुछ मिनट में होने वाला है मैच स्टार्ट। तो कहीं मत जाइए, बने रहिए हमारे साथ, हम देते रहेंगे आपको पल पल की खबरें दोस्तों। जल्दी हो जाएगा स्कोर बोर्ड अपडेट, कहीं मत जाइए, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। यही कवर्स हटाए जा रहे हैं, बिल्कुल बस हो चुके हैं, कवर्स हटाए जा चुके हैं समझो, और जल्दी होगा अभी मैच शुरू। सो कहीं मत जाइएगा दोस्तों, बने रहिए हमारे साथ में। सब्सक्राइब कीजिए इस वॉच लाइव चैनल को, और लाइक कीजिए इस वीडियो को, और इसी वीडियो को कीजिए शेयर ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग हमारे साथ में जुड़ सके। आज जी हाँ, आज का जो मैच हो रहा है वो सर विवियन रिचर्ड्स
Chris Jordan, 1 for 7 from 7 balls, and this is work off his pads by David Miller. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary. Is it? No, it's been stopped. It's rolling along past the boundary, and it's been picked up again by Mason Crane. What a few minutes he's having. That was a quite remarkable piece of cricket, really. He dived full stretch across the boundary. He managed to stop it from hitting the boundary, but that ball was going parallel to the boundary and only a few inches away from it for quite a long spell of time. Crane was able to pick himself up and somehow pick up that ball and throw it in again. Quite remarkable.
And it bounced back off him as well as he slid across, and he managed to somehow keep his legs out of the way of the sponge. I think
it might be 4 if it's touched him while his legs are touching the boundary.
But did it touch him though? I think that
he's got away with it.
He seems to be okay with it. That's a very good piece of improvised scrambling.
And they were lucky that the boundary at that point was a kind of straight edged rather than a curved one. Jordan in again, and the big fly from Miller, and he's caught behind by Joss Buttler. Big outside edge. South Africa in all dire straits now. They're 86 for 5. Miller's gone. They need 182. There's a long way to go, and they really are in trouble. Yeah,
Can I get some tweets in?
Of course.
Given your criticism of Smuts' 29 shows what a worthless stat the number of 30s scored in 2020s is. Yeah, it is a bit of a funny one, that, isn't it? Because there were definitely such things as dodgy 30s. Again. Worth repeating Jeff Perkins' comments that GC was now a placenta of excellence.
Yes.
We're having there. I'm back. Person from Porlock finally left. In arithmetic news, I may have smoked 3 miles worth of fags in my lifetime. I guess because we said something about a fag packet or something.
No, I think just an update.
Right. There's been talk of how many fags he smoked. Is there?
Throughout his long and illustrious career as a tweeter in.
Yeah. There was also excellent corpsing around Do They Know It's Christmas and what it did for the world. When's that? Something else? That's
yes, there was. Well, it was whose jingle is it?
Morris.
Chris Morris's. And it came on, and Jason Hiscock said, well, that's the second most effective use of that jingle of all time. And Ed and Sophia, who were already in increases from the other one, said, well, what was the first? And Jason turned around entirely deadpan and said, well, curing poverty for millions of people. For the next half an hour or so, I don't think anyone could quite talk. It was absolutely hilarious.
Of all the things to miss out on the archive. Oh no, it is in there. Is it
in there? No, we will need to after the broadcast to re-listen to it again, because it was absolutely wonderful. Anyway, Chris Jordan is bowling in again to the new batsman. It's off his pads again. Lots hitting the thigh pad today. There's a shy at the non-strikers end as Bihardine comes down the wicket, but no luck for either side. The new batsman is a South African wicketkeeper, this man.
Tell me I'm not crazy, or maybe just a little bit, maybe just a little bit crazy.
Mo Saley.
England's 36p on the pound is now down to 4p on the pound.
4p
so I missed that. I did say.
Jordan in again, and that's short outside the off stump. Masaley thinks about playing it, then tries to leave it. Then it does hit the bat. It almost cannons down onto the stumps at the same time, but goes past the stumps and straight through to Butler for no run.
We all have our Norcrosis to bear, says Jeff Perkins. Yes, it's a back of fag packet calculation, of course, by Ravi.
Excellent.
Where Rushy slightly less doomed, which is good.
Slightly less doomed?
Yeah.
You really are a pessimist.
Jordan in again to Masaley. This is short and up at the ribcage area. Masaley works that just down defensively to the square leg fielder. There's no run.
I think if there should be a photograph on this on this match from the media, I'm sure somebody will get the joy of Mason Crane's face. And Jane with the Wire said, loving the joy on Mason Crane's face.
If we can find one, can I commission Dr. Dan to do a sketch of that, please?
Yeah, because Dr. Dan doesn't go big time in for facial likenesses, but if he just does a picture of the Scream or of Stuart Broad when Stokes took that catch, something like that, that would be perfect. But that is definitely a sketch for Dr. Dan.
It really was lovely, and it just shows kind of how personal these matches are. I mean, we cover a lot of them, and one might think it's T20 series sandwiched in between the Champions Trophy and the Tests. It's 1-1. It's been interesting, but it will pass. For Mason Crane, this is the biggest match of his career, and that was the biggest moment of his career, and he's just gone around running with such glee on his face.
What was great to see is that his teammates also got to share in that moment as well. They were genuinely delighted for him as well.
You're right. I think the fullback scoring a last-minute goal is just the kind of the metaphor that's right for this one. This is Crane again. It's well bowled. It's full. It's worked away to the leg side by Bihardine for his first run. They're going to come back for the second. If the fielder had picked that one up, they might have had a chance to run out. It was Alex Hales there just coming in from the deep. But in the end, South Africa get 2 without too much alarm and move on to 88 for 5.
Well, I think it's irrelevant when people say, I'll have forgotten about this match tomorrow, because it's all about, there were 12,000 people there, few million watching around the world. For this moment in time,
Crane in again, looped up. It's the googly, and I don't think Bihardine pitched it. It's a very nicely looped googly. Bihardine tried to swipe it over mid-wicket, but it turned in on him and beat the bat as a result. Classical piece of leg spin bowling, and Butler takes the bails off, but Bihardine's back foot is in. Now this one is the conventional leg spin. Bihardine missed it.
Fantastic.
Kind of semi-appeal. This really is gorgeous leg spin bowling from Mason Crane, and I think vindicating. If anyone remembers, Knackle suggested after he'd bowled 2 overs and 5 balls that he be retained for a 4th over.
I'm not sure he would have been had he not got the wicket.
Crane in again, another conventional leg spinner. Bell's taken off again, but Bihardine misses the sweep, but keeps his leg in the crease. This is lovely bowling from the leg spinner.
It's not fair.
I love that Crane's reaction after being hit for a 6 by De Villiers was to toss the next one up even further.
It's a huge find, this. I think this guy could play Test matches for England.
I totally get why people are excited about Mason Crane.
2 balls left in his spell. This is played and missed again for about the 4th time in a row by Bihardine. This is gorgeous to watch. I love watching a new leg spinner more than I love pretty much anything else in the world. And when they start twisting and turning to the South Africans in knots like Mason Crane is doing today,
leg break, leg break, slider.
Last ball of his spell. Full, and Bihardine goes for the massive swipe again.
He doesn't get a run.
Just gets an under edge. He doesn't get a run. That, I tell you what, Mason Crane has got 1 for 38 from his 4 overs. That does not tell the story of how good a recovery this has been from him.
16 came off 3 of those balls, and he's gone from having a nightmare to one of the best spells of bowling I think I've seen in a long time. That was 5 dot balls in a row there.
That was a gorgeously constructed over of leg spin.
I mean, and we have... Will, are you a leg spinner by any chance?
Not as such,
We have 2 leg spinners out of 3 here on the commentary team. Just watching that, and I think... Well, I'm speaking for myself here, Knackle, but wishing I could bowl like that. Wishing very much that I could bowl 5 balls in a row, including a googly, and get everyone bang on course.
I mean, it's a very rare over in my career that hasn't had a full toss in there somewhere or a long hop. And that's true of most leg spinners, I'm sure.
But not Mason Crane yet in his international career. He really has bowled quite well so far. Jordan now, this time in again to Maseli, who's yet to get off the mark, but does so now out to the deep backward square leg, Sam Billings, who throws that in on the bounce, and Maseli will take 1. South Africa's current run rate, just 6.76 runs per over. They need almost 14. I think the game's almost gone.
It is gone
now. What are we, 1.01 or 1.02 on the Betfair markets?
I need to catch up with some tweets soon, so just point to me when I can.
Go for it now.
Is it time to mention the word choke, says Way Pom Pom. England, what the fuck, says Jane with a Y. I have never used placenta to ice a cake. It is much harder to shape than fondant, says the Weed Pirate Rowan.
Thank you, Rowan.
Jane J Grove, half a mile is how we order tabs around here. Maybe they have... What is a tab?
Jordan in, cigarette. And this is hit down to the mid-on fielder, Tom Curran, who they will take 1. Behind him moves on to 3. South Africa 90 for 5.
Oh, and our South Africa women are going to choke. They need 16 needed, 12 balls, 3 wickets in hand.
South Africa women's game has been... I mean, they were cruising earlier. So they're 197 for 7, chasing 207 to win. They're in the 49th over. They were 120. They were 113 for no loss, 124 for one.
Can I just say, Mason Crane is still smiling. Look at him out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. As is Owen Morgan, who's absolutely loving it. I think some of these pictures are coming up on the big screen of his celebration, which is just causing them all to smile all over again. Jordan in, and this is pulled nicely away by Masoli, but he's only going to get one because Billings is going to come round and collect, and South Africa move on to 92 for 5. But no, I mean, the whole team gets to relive this as is on the big screen, and Crane just cannot keep that grin off his face.
I want to watch that over again on a loop forever.
No, it's one of the nicest England wickets you'll see, really, because it was just everything about de Villiers going completely mental. An experienced bowler who was this a bit too big an occasion for him, and then the denouement.
Absolutely wonderful. Bihardine is on a somewhat Bihardine-esque 3 not out from 7.
Oh, and could be another one.
It all the way in the air. He's going to be caught. Another crap innings, to be fair, from Bihardine. Caught by Billings. South Africa 91 for 6. I'd love to see this man play well in the one-day international T20. It hasn't happened yet, but he's gone.
Mein Beutelmaus ist verstumpft.
His stats are not terrible in either format, so presumably he must have done something sometime against someone.
And I understand that this is my inherent bias, and there are going to be certain players who just whenever you watch them tend to either not do anything or take up the team's time or be just generally useless. And looking at his stats, he's a much better player than that. I'm just willing him on, waiting for him to prove it kind of to me.
It's not even that he's necessarily a bad player, is that he's such an underwhelming
3
player.
off 8 balls when the run rate's 13. I definitely would have played better than Bihardine today.
Although in his, if we were trying to find things in his defence, he came up against a very good spell of bowling from England's 20-year-old, well, not quite debutant, second matcher, Mason Crane.
Well, could I just jump in there? Paul Kemp makes a fun comment about this series featuring the county fringe players and second-rate Saffers is just one big advert for the T20 blast, isn't it?
It is, rather.
I think it's been a delightful series. I've really enjoyed it, and we may have forgotten it next week, but for present-day entertainment, the last match and this match have both been riotous affairs.
The South Africa women have managed to avoid snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They have won by 3 wickets in the 49th over.
Oh, well done there.
Easy.
In the meantime, we have a new batsman whose name we spent most of the first half of this game trying to pronounce. It is this man. Well, he's hooked his first ball down for a single down to fine leg. In fact, he hasn't quite hooked his first ball down to fine leg. In fact, that was Masoli hooking his 6th ball down to fine leg. Philaqueo, of course, the batsman crossed during that pull in the air from Bihardine. So it will be Jordan to Philaqueo. Jordan has the remarkable figures of 2.5 overs, 8 dots, 3 for 13.
Where do you get the 8 dots from? Oh, it says it on the screen. I thought you knew that as well. I thought that was your little Asperger's thing going on there.
But no, I mean, in a T20, and we introduced him today as mercurial. I do think in one-day cricket he's done more good for England than bad, but I certainly take the point. It's a little bit variable. That one's certainly variable because that's gone down the leg side for one of these.
Right. Mayank says, and this is an illustration of how we change the world. When Jason said that, I started laughing so loudly and publicly in a Helsinki Burger King that I couldn't keep it together for 20 minutes.
This is short outside the off stump and cut hard but into the ground and straight to the point fielder by Philaqueo, who stays on naught, and South Africa 93 for 6. It was, I mean, to some extent it was a you had to be there moment, but it was one of those things where everyone just creased up instantly. We were talking about Henry Blofeld hanging up his boots, as it were, from yesterday, and we had our very own guerrilla cricket corpsing, almost in kind of homage to him.
I'm going to have to find it now myself. Are you Ed Benson, by the way? You have a tweet in for you.
And no, I'm David Franklin. Ed Benson was on yesterday with Sophia when that with Sophia and Jason when that was happening.
Ed Benson is the man who doesn't need a microphone.
No, he doesn't. It was remarkable when that happened. He started laughing and then incredibly seemed to resume commentary during his own laugh, which I would have thought would be.
I think I've met.
Physically impossible. He is quite young. He's
lots of
a blonde Oxford graduate.
Yeah.
Fell asleep in the green room.
Love being on air with Ed Benson. He is full of beans, says Nestle Boy. Who's Nestle Boy then?
David Willey comes in, and this is hooked nicely from Mercedes.
Wow.
Gorgeous shot over the deep backward square leg for a pretty sizable one of these.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a 6.
Off.
Mutton dagger, old blind Bob, hanging Johnny, fishing rod, tallywhacker, pocket rocket, one-eyed trouser trout.
He's in again. That's hit straight to cover, but they're going to take a run. South Africa 99 for 6.
There was
Ding dong, ankle spanker, pork sword, engine cranker, Harry, hot dog, Davy Crockett, let them all hang out. Pet names for genitalia, you know the girls think of them, and you gotta love them. Pet names for genitalia, there's always something silly about little Willie.
Yeah, we had that jingle about 7 times on Friday as well. I think everyone was a couple of bottles down at least as well.
Sad I missed it.
It was a joy to be there, an absolute joy. Willian again, and Philaquayo down the wicket and drives handsomely through the offside. It's going to be picked up nicely by Sam Billings. That is an enterprising piece of fielding. Caught by David Willey as it comes in. They're going to take, I think, 2. But this is probably too little too late from South Africa unless they can mount the most unlikely of charges coming back.
Is there anyone who doesn't normally get a bowl who they could give a go?
Milan.
Well,
he can't not normally have done anything yet because he's on debut. But I think
Livingston bowl.
I presume.
Try and get him. Hey!
Too easy. Willie comes in. They're smeared down the ground for another convincing boundary from Philaquayo. He's hit that very hard past the mid-on bowler. It's one of these. Bowler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I just Liam Livingston could do with something to get to help him avoid the Thanks for Coming award.
Which Sam Billings got in the first game, if you recall.
That was even more of a Thanks for Coming award because he didn't get a chance to bat.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't actually, not even. At least Livingston can always say he had a bat. South Africa are full of beans themselves. We've got so Ed Benson has been described as full of beans by Nestle Boy.
David Willey again. Philaquayo down the wicket again. Is he going to clear the field? Oh, he is, because there's no long off in place. It's gone over the mid-off. He's going to be 10 not out from 4 because he's got another one of these.
I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4.
So they need 70.
Stupider now.
Philaquayo down the wicket again. He's going to get... No, they put in a long on now. Probably sensibly. It's Chris Jordan down there. It's gone at a rate of knots straight to him. South Africa moved on to Nelson. 111 for 6. Philaquayo is 11 not out from 5. That's the end of the 15th over, which means it's time for a change in the commentary area. Liz is going to come back in, and I think Knackle's going to see us out on ball by ball.
Yep, I'm going to be by B from the jingle chair. Will's going to be on special comments in the middle, and Liz is going to be reading your tweets. While we give it a changeover, there is another ODI. There's an ODI going on at Port of Spain, the second between West Indies and India. The first rained out. India are 133 for 1 after 22 overs. Shikhar Dhawan, the man, gone for 63 off 59. Rahane going well, 55 off 62, and Kohli, relatively new to the crease, 8 off 11. The man to get Shikhar Dhawan was the off-spinner Ashley Nurse, caught behind by Shai Hope. South Africa 111 for 6. Enterprising from Philaquayo, who's on strike 11 off 5. Mosele, reasonable support, 10 off 8. They need 71 off the remaining 5 overs, and the man who will be trying to restrict them will be a big, tall Yorkshireman who bowls a bouncer, a good bouncer, as Philaquayo comes down the track and has to duck under as one sort of meets him coming the other way, as it were. The bowler is this man.
Plinkett, Plunkett, Plunkett.
Yep, Liam Plunkett, we do now have a T20 friendly jingle.
Right, we must catch up with Vixen.
After this ball, Plunkett bowling the second ball of his last over. Feliquire just to manufacture a scoop shot over his shoulder. Plunkett followed him, almost a waist-high full toss, which Feliquire then has to sort of flap defensively in front of him and picks up a single. Plunkett looks rather nonplussed.
Dr. Dan says, if you want me to do a sketch, then send me a photo. Next sketch is coming in a few minutes, not so much time in T20s. Nick Nelson says, infectious joy on a day that I need it. Evil Scudis gave us updates about the women's game, which are now void, because we've already said. Woy Palma Broad says, is it me or do South Africa have 3 number 11s? Not exactly you, especially at this stage in the game. Ismail and Luce, not sure of the pronunciation, have the South Africa women home by 3 wickets, says Chris the Choir.
Mosele facing up to Liam Plunkett, fast and angry into the legs, and Mosele trying to make room over the offside, and Plunkett followed him, and the pull shot resulted in just a couple of leg buys, scampered down to the man coming around at fine leg. South Africa 114 for 6.
Just trying to see how this is technically possible. I think kind of 62 or 4 has been done before, hasn't it? Stuff like that, 64 or 4. So they're in 250 to 1 territory, but the game is actually just alive.
Mosele 10 off 9 faces up to Plunkett. Flat back to pull shot from in front of his face. He didn't time it at all, and it's on the bounce out to Darren Milan out there on the square leg boundary, just a single.
I remember KP in the PSL this winter needed about 16 per over off the last 5, and he did it with about 5 balls to spare.
I remember Mike Hussey doing something similar to Pakistan in the World T20 semi-final.
Yeah, he did.
Ravi Nair says, haven't asked this before, but I presume that Butler is the locum captain, or are England trying to a collective approach 1 over per man?
Nope, no, it is Captain Butler upsetting the social hierarchy as Plunkett goes full and wide across Feliquire, who leaves expecting the wide and is disappointed. There is no run.
Because it was inside the line.
Yep.
Chris the Choir says, Captain Roulette. Katie Scott says, I can't get you to work on my phone here in Zimbabwe, but I just got a lift from Brendan Taylor's uncle.
I didn't know you were in Zimbabwe.
And Missy Jez says, thank you never expected to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 5. Who's Nestle Boy then?
It's true, he's one of our longest standing fans and indeed commentators. As Feliquire tries an almighty hoik over the leg side, is utterly defeated by it. It loops through to Joss Butler, end of the over, and South Africa sinking without trace.
Sorry, let's just hold it there. I'm newish, I'm sure I've even met him. What's his real name?
Sean.
Hello Sean, sorry, I don't think we've worked together yet. Who loves you, baby?
Small Mammal says, should have gone to Katie Scott says, should have gone to sleep in the back of his car because Brendan Taylor.
Oh, yes, of course.
Ravi Nair says, crackling, crisping up nicely, and sends a picture of his dinner. Message says, the only original Gorilla Cricket fan and tweeter, a.k.a. Nestle Boy. Woy Palmer Broad says, have England started premature celebrations here? Nestle Boy says, I might turn this off to watch Shaggy at Glastonbury. Katie Scott says, we made that joke. Great minds think alike. And Chris the Choir says, so you missed the talk of naked mathematics at Gorilla Towers. And we are caught up.
As tempted as I am to play the Imad Wazim jingle on the back of Nestle Boy switching to Shaggy, we'll get this one in first because we do have a returning bowler.
Yay!
Just another South Africa. Just another leg parade. Just another South Africa leg parade.
Superb figures, 1 for 9 off 2. Make that 1 for 9 off 2.1 as a slower ball, which Mosele picked. Unfortunately, only picked it after it had been defended ineffectually into the offside.
I do think they've missed
back of the hand slower ball.
Missed a mark with the jingle where it could have been the Top Hat theme, because with Tom Curran, close friends get to call him TC after
Excellent. We'll try and dig that one out. It's one of the great cartoon theme twos. As another slower ball, which Mosele is through the sweep way too early. It loops and bounces, and Mosele had absolutely no answer to that. 67 required off 22 in honour of Nestle Boy's potentially preferred viewing. Have this.
But she caught me on the counter.
She
saw me banging on the sofa.
I
even had her in the shower. She even caught me on camera. Saw the marks on my shoulder. Heard the words that I told her.
Enough of that, as Tom Curran follows up with a full fast one outside off stump, dips under the swinging bat of Mosele as he tries to drive through cover. There is no run. Excellent stuff from Tom Curran in his third over.
I mean, that Hales catch off de Villiers just totally settled the match for England, didn't it? It just shows how important it is. If that had been a couple of yards higher, this match could have been a good one. Instead, a complete cakewalk for England.
If Alex Hales had been 3 inches shorter.
The Tower of Hales.
Oh, he's a very tall man. He's got a very good reach. He's got a very solid pair of hands. He's taken 2 excellent catches today.
And
very close to that quite short boundary.
Big Grover says we're not caught up, but he just tweeted it, so hush.
Short ball, which Maselli waits for well, and sends it flying over the short boundary at square leg. I think it might have just been caught by a man in a silly hat. One of these.
Now if a 6 turned out to be 9, oh, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind.
Reasonably well played, actually. He had to wait a long time for a slow ball.
Oh, and did he catch it?
He just about caught it. It rolled up the man's arm, and he held his nerve well and just plucked it where it rested on his forearm.
And crucially, it brings South Africa's run rate to under 20 and over required.
They need almost exactly 3 runs a ball. This one is swiped by Maselli. It's a highish full toss outside off stump, and it just takes the thick outside edge down to third man, 60 of 19.
Jay Grover says, tell Will I'm trying to create the world's first audio-based voodoo doll to punish him because he didn't say his name right. Jay Grover. And Rohit Sharma's pad said, South Africa have sorely missed cock in this series. Yes, they have, but with that catch that the lad on the boundary just did, I noticed there's an empty wheelchair, so I think a miracle may have happened on the boundary.
No, he's sitting next to someone in a wheelchair.
He's sitting next to somebody in a wheelchair, but 2 seats down, there's a completely empty wheelchair with a backpack on it. I think there's a miracle happening in Cardiff right now.
The restorative power of leg spin.
I think we'll move on.
Tom Curran giving the thumbs up to someone. I think there's a field change going on. Yes, Chris Jordan's going back at long off. The entire leg side field is back apart from the man up on the 45. In comes Tom Curran around the wicket to Felaqueo, who, recognising that the men are up on the offside, tries to reverse paddle hook thing that over short third man.
Back to 20 and over.
It squirts down the leg side, or what is now the leg side because it's a reverse, actually the offside in his initial stance, so not a wide. Decent over from Tom Curran, bar that 6. He's gone for 16 off his 3, can be very happy with his day's work. We'll get experience of bowling out the penultimate over, and South Africa 122 for 6 off 17.
And England, interestingly, in this series have really only used 5 bowlers, haven't they? Because they usually use 6 or 7, but here we go, it's just been very clinical, 4 overs per man.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa didn't use a part-timer earlier either. They had Smuts available to them and Bahadian.
I thought it was always important to have that 6th bowler in case someone's having a mare.
Well, no one's had a mare.
Yeah, it's throughout the entire series we've never had to go. I'm wondering who the 6th bowler would be. Not Root, obviously, because he's not there.
Well, Milan does bowl a bit.
Yeah. Hales.
No, please God no. I never want to see that.
Doesn't he do kind of Kevin Peterson drifts or something?
It's very much sub Peterson.
Okay.
In comes David Willey, who's flat batted high down over the leg side by mid-on rather by Maselli. Has that gone all the way for 6? It was hard and flat from Maselli. They're going to have a look upstairs. He's slightly off the toe end, but he got it very straight to the man. There's Jason Roy down there at long on. It was just a length ball which Maselli stepped outside leg and flat batted. We're seeing if this carried. It did carry.
Easy.
It did carry a good couple of yards over the sponge.
I think the fielder could have signalled that. I think that would
hit the boundary board on the full. One of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
And another length ball, contrasting 6s from Maselli. This time swung high over, wide long off, over that short little stand into the road.
Now if a 6 turned out to be 9, oh, I don't mind.
Yep, clean over the fence at the back of the stand. Good hitting from Maselli.
Whoa, this is absolutely incredible. But South Africa are just suddenly alive again. I was going to say that 60 off 3 has never been done in the history of cricket. Surely not. But 48 off 16 certainly has been done before. And they're up to 250 to 1.
I mean, this over's got to go for, 25 to make this even vaguely interesting?
Yeah, exactly. But at the moment, it's they're up on that. 6. I mean, who knows?
Dr.
Yuvraj Singh, are you listening?
The thing is, they could hit 6 sixes off this over and still lose.
Dr. Dan has done a sketch of Alex Hales catching Chris Morris live, and we have retweeted that. Jane with a Y says, is Quinny injured again? He's not injured. I believe he's being rested for the test.
Yes.
Also says, okay, Tom Curran is on the too fresh of a haircut list, and okay, David Willey is on the too fresh of a haircut list.
And they're up to...
Palmer Broad says, suddenly this is looking gettable with a required run rate of 20 from Reverend Rushy.
Yeah, it's less than 20 now. It's about 17.
The Morris promotion is looking even stupider now. If they'd had Chris Morris somewhere floating in this equation, still to bat or currently batting,
it would be possible. But
Willie now coming around the wicket, left arm to Marseille. That's a pretty decent delivery. In fact, it's a Yorker. Marseille backed away to leg side, and Willie bisected batsman and stumped, and it's just a single for Marseille, 31 off 18.
It's been a really good stand, this. We'll just look up exactly what it is, because it's been excellent.
Jay Grover says, Sub Peterson sounds like a special circle of hell. Jane with a Y says, don't fuck this up. England, and Ravinair says, has de Villiers missed de Kock? Is that what has happened to his mojo?
Nah.
Yeah, it was, so I think de Kock and Amler both rested for the Test series.
De Kock and Amler rested for the Test series, and Faf home with his wife.
Yes. So the man has gone back at long off. Where have they taken the... at long on with the left-handed Feliqueo on strike. Willie back over the wicket up to the crease. He's now bowls, full outside off and carved very nicely, actually. Nice bit of improvisation from Feliqueo over the man at backward point. Didn't quite time it, so Curran will be able to skip round from short third man and keep them to 2. 45 needed off 14.
And they put on 46, these two, off just over 4 overs, which is a really good stand.
Yeah, enterprising stuff from particularly Marseille, and decent backup from Feliqueo. When one has struggled, the other one has taken up the mantle. This is just about fuck-upable for England, but barely.
No, 45 or 40. This, I tell you what you are getting into just about is David Hussey territory. But
Michael Hussey.
Okay. I think he was probably actually about 40 or 14.
It was 20, 30 something off the last 2, I think. Outside off stump. Feliqueo has an almighty swing at this one outside the offside. The cameraman's completely lost that. I think has that carried to third man on the full? No, it's carried to third man on the bounce. Single to Feliqueo. The camera operator completely lost that, as with the catch that Marseille put down in the first over of the match. It was a shortish ball outside off stump from Willie. Feliqueo had an almighty hoik at it. Took a flying top edge and actually got nowhere near Tom Curran down at short third man. A lot of work for a single down to third man. 44 needed off at 13. Last ball of Willie's spell, none for 40 thus far. Ball's a good Yorker to finish, though. Another good Yorker in between the batsman and the stumps, backing away to square leg.
Good comeback from Willie there. And his figures of 0 for 40 off 4.
Yeah, 12 of those came off 2 balls. 2 excellent slogs over the leg side. An okay day for David Willey, I think.
What did he do with the ball, with the bat? Was he the one who was out second ball?
One not out of 2.
Oh, okay. So strike rate of only 50 is disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously didn't harsh to judge a man off 2 balls.
Yes, I am being facetious.
44 needed off 12.
Has this ever been done in history, yes or no?
I think it must have done, but very rarely.
I certainly can't think of anything like it.
22 and over off 2. I mean, certainly not with,
maybe in an IPL game or something.
Yeah, possibly not with this few wickets left.
BBL. I mean, somebody like Travis Head in the BBL got about 38 off 2, I think, and he got it with about 1 or 2. But 44 off 2. This is, I think, at least 10,000 to 1.
I've seen guys like Dhoni hit sort of 25 off the last over. That sort of thing.
Exactly. It's doing it twice, isn't it?
Barry Goodman says choosing the wrong Hussey is like choosing the wrong Morkel.
This is true, although Albie Morkel's done some remarkable things in the slog overs, as Curran favouring, as Willie was, the just outside leg stump Yorker to the batsman backing away. Feliqueo timed it quite nicely, but can't beat mid-off. I'm not quite sure why they didn't try and hustle the single there. You've got to try and take everything you can at this stage, surely.
4 runs a ball. I mean, England couldn't manage 4 runs a ball for the last 2 balls the other day, so I don't know how South Africa are going to manage it for 11.
It would be one of the most remarkable ends to a T20 I think we'd ever seen. Curran around the wicket to Feliqueo. Probably would have been a wide if he left it, but he tried to swing at it. Obviously, he tried to swing at it and gets doesn't get a thick inside edge. It just balloons off the pad. Butler Fields, they come through for the leg by, not enough.
If they get it, it would be a Ben Stokes death bowling in a World Cup final.
It would be better than that. It would be better than that, yeah.
Versus the West Indies type of arrangement.
De Villiers ruining the fact he didn't get another couple of yards on that one. He swung off Mason Crane into the grateful hands of the jumping Alex Hales.
Seeing his captaincy flash before his eyes, Jay Grover says, why the faff are DeCock and Amla rested? You would have thought Amla would have had an Eid-based energy boost. They're rested because who wants to be around here for 3 months?
Have they gone home? Surely they haven't gone home and come back
I would
again.
assume they've gone home.
I think, or is Hashim Amla in his hyperbaric oxygen chamber?
That would be excellent.
You probably get over a flight in a couple of days, and if you're given 3 weeks off, they probably do go home.
Maybe. Curran into Musele, who backs away again and goes down on one knee and tries to swipe that one through short extra, but gets a thick inside edge up to Jordan and not quite long enough on. There is a single.
They launched that new T20, the new South African T20 competition, because they're all some of the seeded big name players, which Quentin de Kock famously, when they talked to him about his franchise, said, T20 isn't even my favorite format, which is what you want from a pitch for a new T20.
Yeah. There's lots of IPL owners. Lots of IPL and BBL owners and PSL owners have bought stakes in that. Curran around the wicket to Fulaquayo, who can only sort of badly mistime this one up to Jason Roy and not quite long enough on. A single, which does South Africa absolutely no favours. 41 needed off 8.
So 7 sixes really off 8 balls. So yeah, it's a bit of a disappointing game in the end, but England will be happy, and they've been very clinical, and South Africa not nearly good enough in the end.
South Africa a lot better than they should have been with these two at the bat.
I mean, they did quite well to restrict England to 180, to be honest, from where they were after this ball, as Curran comes in with his rather severe haircut.
This could be 6.
And is smashed over the offside. It's just landed short of the rope. Livingston was interested for a second at deep extra cover, but couldn't quite get around. Musele going down swinging, but
and it means the last over is alive now. Probably
too little too late. They need 6 sixes to tie and take us to a super over.
Revy Nair says, was that Schadenfreude and that chuckle by Cricket Vixen regarding the infamous Ben Stokes over? Jay Grover says, Eid Mubarak, by the way, especially to the Sheffield Cons who can now stop looking like zombies. I know you're listening.
Yes, Eid Mubarak to any and all celebrating, as Curran starts with a high full toss, which has been swiped high in the air. Easy catch for Sam Billings. Just slow enough that it won't be a no ball, I think. And, they're having a look, aren't they?
He's got out
it was right on waist height, if not above. I think he'll just be okay with this. England certainly seem to think that he's that it's okay. The umpire receives the ball from the from Sam Billings. We're having a look at this from side on. It's on its way down as it gets to the batsman. I think that's okay. I think that's sort of high thighs / penis region.
Woy Palma Broad says Amla may have gone home for Eid celebrations. Indeed, he may have.
This is true. Yeah. Eid Mubarak to any and all who are celebrating. I imagine it's been a very long and harsh Ramadan for anyone living in England.
Oh, especially that heat.
The heat and the long days. Yes. Which while we're looking at a catch again, this is obviously clean. Basically, this is either out or a no ball and a free hit. It's out.
He's still walking, isn't he?
Yep.
Right, the last over is still alive. And how many? Let's go around the room naming 36 off and over. I will start with Nash and Sobers. Your turn.
Well, the next one chronologically was Ravi Shastri.
Yes,
I can't remember,
about 1989 or something.
Yeah, in a Ranji Trophy game.
Liz, next.
I didn't get into cricket until 2012.
You can give us Yuvraj against Stuart Broad if you like.
There was one before that.
Yeah.
Herschel Gibbs off Dan van Bunga in the 2007 World Cup.
Where's he from?
Tiny ground in St Kitts. Dan van Bunga. Yeah. Netherlands off leg spinner.
Netherlands leg spinner. There you go. Well, that's 4 we've named. But
I was going to say, I came to cricket in 2012 and I didn't stop listening to just Surrey and absolutely nothing else until I moved to this country.
So we should say there was a wicket off the last ball of Tom Curran's spell. So. The last ball over will be bowled by Chris Jordan and is a somewhat academic pursuit, you would think.
Unless
something truly remarkable happens. We have a little bit of time to get the jingle in for the person who'll be bowling the last over. Jordan getting a little bit of death overs practice.
Fantastic.
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry. More England caps will soon draw nigh. Or
fate unstained, it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the Windies team.
Fantastic figures, but he's certainly not the most spectacular bowler on display today. He's bowling to the new batsman, who will jingle up in a second.
Straight into the ground, though, sadly.
Yep, and with that, it really does become an academic exercise. 36 off 5. This man gets a single off his first ball into the offside.
Is he number one? No, that's the other one. Is he rubbish? No, that's his brother on. Yes, it's morning, morning more cold.
Jordan into Pelaquaya, who premeditates back, going outside off stump and trying to sweep this one high over the leg side. He's just about got enough on it. Top edge, beats Mason Crane, dribbles into the very fine leg boundary for one of these. While Pelaquaya can slightly ruin Chris Jordan's figures, he can boost his average a bit, but beyond that...
what is the
test match?
What's the last bit of Jordan's jingle? He should join the something team.
Oh, it's
Windies.
Well, there's 4 voices. 3 of them say the West, 3 England. One of them says the West Indies. So the total comes out as Winglies. Very good shot from Pelaquaya down the ground, backing away and clubbing this one straight for a consecutive boundaries.
So my confusion is acceptable to you.
In what sense?
About Winglies, I didn't know what that was.
Yes.
It's you'd have to have been there, so to speak. 28 needed off 3 balls. It's doable.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a good bit of hope of pointless resistance from Pelaquaya, but at least he's pointlessly resisting rather than pointlessly crumbling, as he again tries to swing this one hard through the leg side, gets a thick bottom edge. They'll come back to 2 for why not? With a better throw, that would have been a run out by a good sort of half the length of the pitch, but Jordan had to stretch to take that one as it nearly passed into his left hand. He managed to shovel the ball back onto the stumps, but even Morne Morkel, who had given this up from quite a long way out, was able to put the stretch in and managed to make it home and keep the quest to increase Pelaquaya's average on. I think if that throw had been anywhere near the stumps, Morkel was gone by a long way. But no, they come back for 2. Pelaquaya moves to 26 off 18, an entirely academic 26 needed off 2. Chris Jordan in bowls a full toss, verging on a beamer. Pelaquaya swats this one away from in front of his chest, and they turn down the single. I know it has been given a no ball. It was a beamer.
The reason it's doable is when you get the beamer that you hit for 4 or 6, and then you hit the free ball for 12 for 6, then you get 13 off the ball.
Yeah,
so that's why it's doable.
But sadly, he hit the beamer for none. The stretch in 13 off one, managed to make it 13 off one ball would be the quest to increase Pelaquaya's average tricky rather than vaguely ludicrous. I think if that throw had been anywhere near the stumps, Morkel was gone by a long way.
I needed.
But no, they come back for 2. Pelaquaya 26 off 18.
I needed 16
academic
to defend 16 off 3 balls for a bet the other day, and I lost it by 9
full
runs.
Toss. Jesus. Pelaquaya was away delivery for a free hit, to be honest, from Chris Jordan. They turned a low full toss, just a couple of inches full of a Yorker on Midland leg, which Pelaquaya manages to leading edge down to 3rd man for a single. Morne Morkel will be facing the entirely academic last delivery.
So 25 came off those 3 balls to make me lose the bet. Right. I was a bit pissed off. 24 off 1. It's you need. Well, we were talking the other day about the most runs off a ball, and it's about 24, isn't it? When you bowl no ball 4, no ball 4, no ball 6, then a 6.
Jordan would need to get the yips quite spectacularly. Is it Scott Boswell famously got the yips in the Lord's final? Well, it's been crushed before over mid-off by Morne Morkel. He too will increase his average and his strike rate. But Dawid Malan's excellence, Joss Butler's pyrotechnics, good bowling from Chris Jordan, and a quite spectacular final over from Mason Crane, who got all of us a quiver here at Gorilla Towers. Has seen England win the deciding T20 by 19 runs. They take the series to put it with the ODI series, and will look to complete a clean sweep of format in the upcoming Test series.
I was hold on. I was there for Bozzy, and we chanted throughout the rest of the innings, "Bring back Bozzy!" And I think it was 7 wides or something. Can you give me a year?
It's just heartbreaking, wasn't it? Early 2000s?
Yeah, very good. 2001.
Jay Grover wanted me to point out that he did in his tweet wish Eid Mubarak to the Mirpur runs, if I've said that correctly. Mirpur?
Yeah, it's a place.
It's a town, yes.
Who can also stop looking like zombies. Nick Nelson says, I can't believe Cricket Vixen has only been into cricket a year longer than me. She is so fucking knowledgeable. You underestimate, or maybe overestimate, what I do with my time. In America, you would have a bit of a hard time getting to as much cricket as I have, and being gainfully unemployed, it has been very easy to get to cricket, except for the ones that you have to pay for, but I'm very good at getting in. And Evil Scooter says, night all, it's been fun. Till the tests indeed.
Indeed.
Till the tests indeed. We have a
July the 6th.
Yeah, we have a mini break, the Thursday the 6th of July. They'll be at Lord's, we'll be here in Sydenham, bringing you every ball of what's sure to be a fascinating test series between England and South Africa. Relatively new-look England, because there's some worries about their bowling attack going into that. There's Stuart Broad is an injury doubt for the first test. Jimmy Anderson's an injury doubt. Chris Wokes is an injury doubt. So we could end up England going in with a bowling attack of what? Wood, Ball, Stokes, Roland Jones and Moeen.
Yeah, because Andy Haddock's gone slowed down.
Stephen Finn, of course, is in the mix.
We've got a lot of depth.
Who else would be?
Anyone today? Willie? No.
No. Jordan,
Plunkett, you've mentioned.
Plunkett's a possibility, although he hasn't actually played that much. He's been doing so much white ball cricket with England. He hasn't actually played that much hasn't actually had that much of a county season.
It'd be a good time to try some people, I would think.
The leading wicket taker in county cricket is Darren Stevens, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I so wish.
That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? It's unlikely to happen. We'll run you through the bowling figures. David Willey, 4 overs and none for 40, rather ruined by 2 consecutive sixes from Mosele. Tom Curran, 4 overs, 2 for 22.
Fantastic.
Some excellent bowling.
What a debut.
Excellent control over the Yorkers. After 3 for 33 in his first outing. Chris Jordan, 4 overs, 3 for 31. Liam Plunkett, 4 overs, 1 for 22. And Mason Crane, setting all hearts a quiver.
It was adorable.
4 overs, 1 to 38. That does not tell you
the drama,
the joy, the love, in that
the
last
reason
over.
why we all love cricket, because you don't get that in football. Even a goal, you don't get that.
Such a happy puppy.
A.B. de Villiers had taken a liking to him, swinging him high and hard over the leg side, but didn't quite get enough on one. Picked out Alex Hales.
It was a bit of a David versus Goliath, wasn't it? And then just when you thought that Goliath was going to absolutely pound him, he got out his slingshot.
And the slingshot caught the Philistine between the eyes, and down he went.
Muttley says, thanks, folks. Hope to catch you all at some points during the test. Woof.
Woof, indeed. The little bit of a wrap-up on the scorecard. John Smuts, 29 off 30, caught by Darren Milan off Liam Plunkett. An underwhelming innings from Reza Hendricks, 0 off 5, caught by Plunkett off the bowling of the excellent Tom Curran. In fact, a disappointing series, really, for Reza Hendricks. Chris Morris promoted up the order to little effect, hit a crushing 4 over third man, but was then caught by Alex Hales on the square leg boundary off the bowling of Chris Jordan. A.B. de Villiers, we said, 35 off 19 was looking frankly terrifying until he didn't quite get enough on a slog over the leg side and was caught by Hales off the exuberant Mason Crane. David Miller slashed a short and wide one to Joss Butler. It was there to smash over deep point for 6. He got a toe end through to Joss Butler. Jordan's second innings was banged in short at Farhan Behardine, who looked all at sea against Mason Crane in the previous over, and it was an easy catch for Sam Billings. Mosele was enterprising, 1 4 and 4 sixes, before eventually skying one to Billings off the bowling of Lanka, as we say goodbye to David Franklin. Thank you for your effort today. Pelaqueo ended 27 not out off 20. Morkel ended up 5 not out off just 2. There were 12 extras. South Africa 162 for 7. England win by 19. I think we'll wrap up a few tweets and tell you how you can support us, and then we'll get off air.
Yep. Jay Grover says, please pick Darren Stevens, if only because he's a jolly nice chap. And thank you all. You are mint. Are you not doing any Women's World Cup? And we are not doing any Women's
Sadly,
World
no.
Cup.
We are
Maybe well, I think we can do the final if England are there, can't we?
Well, I mean, that does fall between test matches.
Except that somebody's just texted me tickets for them, saying that he's bought his tickets, so there you go.
I'm going to be at that game.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. But if England get there, because at the moment they're not, are they?
Well, India were excellent yesterday.
And England were absolutely dire.
And Steve Shipcott, I believe is correct, says, well, that was fun. I'll even forgive Cricket Vixen for not quite getting my surname right, which is why I'm trying. I believe it's Shipcott. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Steve. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. I'm American. I don't know how to say words.
On the subject of names, the following people have been very generous and have donated to us over our existence via patreon.com to keep us going. Jonah, Diane Patterson, Peter Svidler, chess grandmaster, Kevin Partington, Bob Maxwell, no, not that one, Steve Pettifer, James, Katie Cooper, Rahul, Dr. Matt Burley, astrophysicist, Paul Collins, Jay Grover, Chris Waller, John Rogers, Christopher Barlow, Terry Francis, Croydon Mike, Anna Forsyth, Matt Toohey, Niall Connolly, Nicola Wright, David Wood, Barry Shaw, Adelaide Barnes, Kanan Pandey, my mum, James Sutton, Benjamin Orcall, Paul Jones, Jeremy Henderson, Messi Jez, Alex Thomas, Philip Shaw, Peter Lloyd, Jack Parle, Steve Bryant, Nathan Halley, Will Warren, Graham Smart, and Mark Zip. There is the Roll of Honour. You can add your names to their list.
How do you get on it? Because I'm a monthly contributor, but that's something different.
Is that through PayPal?
I think so.
No, Patreon is a recurring monthly donation.
That's what I'm doing. Is that on there?
This is the people who have given us recurring monthly donations at patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or download the Patreon app on iOS or Android. Search for Guerrilla Cricket. Chip in a small or large amount per month. However generous you're feeling to keep us going. Those are the people who have ticked the option that they're happy for their names to be read out. We have a number of very generous, top. And of course Mog. Of course, how can we forget Mog?
Obscured at the top because the things come over.
Covered by the fact, but of course Mog, who has been most generous to us in so many ways. So yeah, that's how you can help us. Keep going, keep bringing you more and more exciting cricket. Join us again on Thursday the 6th of July for the first day of the first test. It only remains for me to say thank you on behalf of all of us here at Guerrilla Cricket. Thank you from David Franklin. Thank you from Liz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you from Will Cockrell.
Thank you very much.
And thank you from me. Good night and sweet dreams.
Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket.
You are in the world. I hope you're listening, because we're going to be here for the 3 T20s before the tests get underway on the 6th of July. Alongside me, I have none of...
Che Guevara sang a Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, if you've got the Champions Trophy blues, there's no need, because we're back. It's a new format. Well, not a new format. It's an old format, but it's a different format. I can't keep up with all the formats we play these days. But today it is T20 time, and it's England versus South Africa, both who flopped badly in that most recent tournament that we shouldn't mention. And South Africa have won the toss and will bat. I'm Gorilla Hendo, and wherever you are in the world, I hope you're listening, because we're going to be here for the 3 T20s before the tests get underway on the 6th of July. Alongside me, I have none other than David Franklin on the tweets.
Good evening, everybody.
Raced from work. I do like seeing people race from work.
It's hot out there, isn't it?
That walk up Sydenham Hill when you've got your office clothes on. Not very nice. Jason G is with us as well. He's here on my right on the jingles.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. And as I said, South Africa have won the toss and will bat, and I'll bring you up to date with the teams. Some new names possibly to you from the South African team. JJ Smuts. Reza Hendricks will be opening. AB de Villiers, David Miller, Farhan Bahadian, Marcelli, the wicketkeeper, who's played 3 ODIs, 3 T20s, I think, but I don't know a lot about him. Wayne Parnell, familiar to most of us. Dwayne Pretorius, Adil Feliqueo, Imran Tahir, and Tabraiz Shamsi, another new name to me, who is a left arm wrist spinner. We must remember to say left arm wrist spinner. England go in with a team, despite the fact that they've got 5 new men in the squad. They've only gone with one of those. Mason Crane's been given his cap, and the England side is Jason Roy, Alex Hales, Johnny Bairstow, Owen Morgan, Joss Butler, Sam Billings, Liam Dawson, Mason Crane, David Willey, Chris Jordan, and Mark Wood. Not sure whether Mason Crane's good enough to come above David Willey as a batsman. I'm not really sure about his batting pedigree. Anyway, England are to open the bowling, and the man who will be opening the bowling for England is this man.
Mutton dagger, old blind Bob, hanging Johnny, fishing rod, tallywhacker, pocket rocket, one-eyed trouser trout. Ding dong, ankle spanker, pork sword, engine cranker, Harry, hot dog, Davy Crockett, let them all hang out.
Pet names for genitalia, you know the girls think of them and you gotta love them. Pet names for genitalia, there's always something silly about little Willie.
And he's going to be bowling
too.
Smart, I love it. The adventures of a slut. Oh, I'm a market they can't glut. I don't know what.
And he's gone. First ball, he's got an in-swinger from David Willey. He's got an inside edge onto his pads. The chunky smuts has gone. Let's see him off. Willey strikes immediately. South Africa, none for one. I got to say, a bit unfortunate there. It was wide of off stump. It came back into him, and as he drove it, he got a thick inside edge, then onto his pads, and then onto the wicket. So it was a double deflection, and he has gone. He didn't need to turn up, really, did he? He's gone. One ball gone, and England are in the ascendancy. Who we've been joined with?
I was going to say, you know who's not gone? We've got quite a few joining us. We've got First We Take Manhattan actually managed to join us before we were on air, which is a remarkable achievement.
That's superb.
Absolutely brilliant. Jeff Perkins says, afternoon, gentle beings. Sigra Tigris has followed us, which is very kind. Neil Franklin says, a Midsummer Night's team, hashtag I'll get my coat.
Good. Yeah, that's a very good little advertising slogan for us, I think.
Not too bad at all, that. Messi Jez says, morning grill, so you finally got a bit of summer. Notice you saved it until the Aussies had left. It is very much summer. Potentially the hottest June day in, 40-something years?
Since 76, apparently.
Yeah.
Was that 41 years? Yeah. New batsman at the crease is a man that we all come to see. He's struggling a little bit for form, but no doubt he'll take it out on the England bowlers. This is the man. Doesn't have to do too much with that because it goes swinging down the leg side and is signalled a wide.
Nice bit of symmetry then.
Wide.
It's not often you have a team 1 for 1 from one ball.
That's a very good point, actually. Yes, that is nice and symmetrical, isn't it? It's a beautiful, stunning day at Southampton, or in Southampton. It's not a cloud in the sky. There'll be a cloud on the horizon, though, for JJ Smuts. In comes Willie again. Comes into De Villiers. He goes back and whips this away through square leg. He'll pick up a single to the man in the deep. And that's the first run from the bat, 2 for 1.
We've been joined by Ravi Nair, who says, "Hi all, it's already 11 p.m. here, so I shall fade quickly, but with your voices soothing my ears. Go England, etc., etc." Mog says, "Mason Crane is a law firm, not a real boy."
It does sound like that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, what was it? It was Boston Legal. What was the firm called in that? That had Denny Crane in it.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. If any Boston Legal fans out there, very, very similar name law firm. Liz Yates, our very own Liz Yates, joins us and says, "Well, this is going swimmingly."
Oh, yes, she's our big South African fan, isn't she?
Yeah.
It's looking fairly full in the Aegeus Bowl, as it is has come to be known. Here comes Willie again, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Hendricks. Hendricks onto the back foot, forces through the offside. There's a man diving at extra cover, but he can't lay a hand on it. And out goes Chris Jordan, I think, who's just about pulled that in. I would imagine they'll get back for a third. We haven't seen Chris Jordan in an England shirt for a while, have we? But he's back out there. And, of course, England are wearing these new fangled T20 shirts. I'm not sure I like them. What do you think?
What do you think? I mean, they've gone through various combinations of red, dark blue, and light blue in the last 20 years, haven't they? They've tried yet another one. To be fair to them, they have got all three of those colours convincingly on the shirt.
Yeah.
It's not coordinated, though, is it?
No, not really. Don't like it. Anyway, here comes Willie again in to bowl to De Villiers, and De Villiers drives through mid-wicket. He'll get one as Johnny Bairstow comes around from deep square leg to field. Gets the throw in very rapidly. It's stung the hands of Willie as he collects it, but they've got back for 2. South Africa 7 for 1.
I hope he's got some sun cream on.
Oh, it's a good point. Yeah,
he might burn to a crisp.
Yes, we don't want that, do we? We don't want poor old Johnny to come out a funny colour. And of course, you should all be wearing stuff in this sort of weather. Although I forget to. Full, driven by De Villiers' lovely, effortless, flowing shot straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Emily at Miss Brown to You has joined us and
Hello.
says, "Poor atonalist is trapped in a car in the most boring part of the country." I wonder what that is, but he's listening. I don't know. She doesn't say where, but...
Oh, right. How come you're in contact with him, but he's not in contact with us?
So many questions.
Yes, indeed. 7 for 1, 1 ball to go in the first over. So South Africa have recovered quickly to that early loss. He's in again, bowls, driven that by De Villiers. Didn't really time that. Goes to Jordan at mid-off, and there is no run. First over gone, it's 7 for 1.
Knuckle Pandy says there's at least 2 things wrong with the Guerrilla Cricket Now paying page, but nothing wrong with the wondrous Willie Smuts jingle combo.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. Smut and Willie. What a perfect combination.
There's quite a few who noticed that one. I think Mike Yates says Willie gets smuts. I hope it's going to be that kind of night.
Probably is. Probably is. I mean, we tend to sort of let down our hair a little bit with these T20s and lose it. And now, if we did have Facebook Live, I would be raising my beer to you. But unfortunately, we haven't got it up today. So
no.
Neither are we doing the GPL, unless you want it. Anyone there want the GPL? The bear, unfortunately, he's here, but the bear... I've never seen such a lethargic-looking bear. He's been digging a garden all afternoon, trying to get a big tree stump out of the new place that he's bought. And he's not really up for much, to be honest, I'm afraid to say. But he will set the GPL in motion if you really want it. Or if you want to make it worth our while. Any more tweets?
Yeah, we got Nestle Boys joined us. He says, "What time does this match finish then? I'm clueless and hot."
I guess it'll finish about 9:30, something like that.
That'd be about right, I think, yes.
Anyway, new bowler, fellow opening bowler. He's got 2 slips, so a ring of 3 on the offside, and it's this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good. and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course. Except for just one thing. He thinks that he's a hawk.
Well, there's first ballitis going on out there because Hendricks has gone back to his first ball. He's pulled it. It looked like a convincing shot, but he went straight to mid-wicket and was caught above the head. I think it was Sam Billings who took the catch. So South Africa not doing very well when they faced the first ball from a new bowler, are 7 for 2. Which is actually quite good because we did have a jingle for Smuts. We didn't have a jingle for Hendricks, so we haven't had to jingle
a Hendricks jingle.
Well, we did think about that earlier. But we don't need them now. They're gone. They're both gone. Off he goes.
A lot of evidence early on as well that the ball's not quite coming onto the bat. We've only had 7 balls, but we've had 2 batsmen. We've had one driving and not quite reaching it and having an inside edge onto his pad being bowled. One trying to pull and not quite hitting it and being caught. And a couple of drives, even from someone as good as A.B. de Villiers, which haven't quite found the middle of the bat. And I wonder whether this is going to be a theme throughout the game.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. It might be that, or it may just be that they haven't had time to get used to the pace of the pitch yet. But you're right, there was a mistimed drive, wasn't there, from de Villiers at the end of the first over as well. So it's possible. It could be one of those low-scoring T20s, which sometimes are thrilling. Other times can be quite dull. Coming to the wicket is, I believe, a man who performed pretty well in the last Champions Trophy game we saw with South Africa in. It's this man. You don't know who it is, do you?
No, I'm guessing it's Faf.
No, it's not. Faf's not playing. It's this man.
Ah, that man.
Next is a real life wine. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for fire, suffer fire. He will bat left, go right, and score runs all day.
England are going in for the killer, as it were. He's going to have 3 slips behind him as Mark Wood comes into the left-hander and he plays this ball down into the ground. They're going to come through for a single. If there'd been a gully, they probably wouldn't have got through, but there's a backward point. He had a little bit of ground to make up, and they come through comfortably enough.
It is nice seeing Chris Jordan back at first slip, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Ready to dive the wrong way and then catch it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. Was it Billings who took that catch?
That's David Willey, wasn't it?
It's David Willey, you're right. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. Leapt into the air, made it look more difficult than it probably was. So Willey, you can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Wickets, taking catches. And Mason Crane was in that little huddle of England players congratulating him.
In the meantime, from Darkest Brew says, evening all, I finally escaped from marking and scaling UG undergraduate exams. Now have 2 days to read a PhD thesis. Hashtag
Wood in again to de Villiers. Lovely shot off the back foot. Didn't go fully through with the shot. It was just speed of hand, really. And it's been planted out to the cover boundary for one of these. Beautiful check drive off the back foot, found the gap, and that was always going to run away to the boundary.
Had to wait for it as well, though, didn't he, de Villiers? I mean, it's a quick ball from Wood, but it's just stopped on it a little bit, and it's gone in front of square with the check drive.
Pushes into the offside this time to the covers. There's no run. Willie Fields once more. I did see the interview with A.B. de Villiers. He's gone through a lean patch. He struggled a little bit in the IPL. Didn't do particularly well in the Champions Trophy. Got a golden duck in one of the games, didn't he? But he says he still thinks he's in pretty good form.
He'll be fine. He hasn't been long enough, has he, to be out of form?
Exactly.
He's a great batsman and a phenomenal one-day player. Liz Yates says, boo, AB will be keen to keep his captaincy, though, so I suspect he'll put a wee bit more effort in this go.
He's waiting for Wood, and that comes into him. He almost cramps as he plays that away behind square. They'll come back for 2, I would think. Quite a comfortable 2. And South Africa moved to 14-2. Faf du Plessis, of course, not in the team. He's gone home because his wife or partner is about to have... is with child, should we say, or is about to have a child.
Is soon to be without child.
She's at the moment without child, but she will be with child in the not-too-distant future, apparently. De Villiers moves on to 9 from 7. Miller single from the 1 ball that he's faced. 1 ball to go in Wood's first over. He's going to have identical figures to Willie, I would think, unless this goes for another 4. And it may well do. Again, it's that... drive off the back foot, this time straighter, but still finding the gap between extra and mid-off, and away to the boundary for 4.
meantime, we've been joined by Ewan Ince, who says afternoon all.
Hello.
Nick Nelson, who is a tonalist, who says he's in Illinois and too much traffic to tweet. He's driving back to Brooklyn.
Surely you can tweet if you're in that much traffic. You're not moving. You won't be moving.
Oddly, he says he's in Illinois, but Emily, Miss Brown to you, says Missouri, in my biased opinion. It's all flat and dumb, and he's driving responsibly, one hopes. So not entirely clear whether he's in Illinois or Missouri, although his words say Illinois.
You know your America better than I do, don't you? I mean, you're going there soon.
Well, a little bit, yeah, potentially.
It's still a long way from Brooklyn.
Yeah. Well, what the hell's he doing there?
I suspect he's doing a long drive, including Missouri, driving up through Illinois and ending up in Brooklyn at some point this evening. Well, that's a long drive even to get there in that time, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't see that in my mind's eye. Willie will continue. Left arm over the wicket to bowl to Miller for the first time. And Miller's down the wicket and plays a lovely shot, drives through that. Again, this looks like a pretty decent pitch because he didn't put a lot into that. He just got to the pitch of the ball, and that is 6 runs. Like that.
He's timed that beautifully, isn't he? That was absolutely gorgeous, that shot.
That's one of the new ones from the Conservatoire.
Was that from the Conservatoire? Oh, excellent work. We should play those one time at lunchtime, maybe in the test matches. This is just dropped down and the man at slip comes running round to field it. There won't be a run. There's somebody at the door. I think Fred's arrived, so that only leaves Soph. So she should be the latest person to arrive, I think. 24 for 2. De Villiers 13, Miller 7.
Barry Goodman says both opening bats gone to the first ball of each opening bowler's first over. Must be rare, and a winky face.
It's probably quite rare, but we're not going to look up and see how many times it's happened because it's probably happened quite a bit. Here comes Willie again into Miller. Miller goes across his stumps and then jabs a good length delivery into the onside. That means Jordan has to come around to his left from mid-on. They will get through for a single. 25 for 2.
Big D78 says, morning all.
Morning.
On Messages says, on the first day of summer, my true love sent to me a sun hat with corks around the edge. More to come.
Ooh.
I think there's an image there as well. So no, it's not him. It's just...
And Hendo, you have guessed the wrong gender.
About who?
The visitor.
Have I? Who is it? Who could it be? Here is David Willey into De Villiers. De Villiers drives, but not straight enough to beat the man at mid-off. So there is no run. Hang on. I thought Fred waved when he arrived. So who else is on the... There's no one else on the list.
You said Soph, didn't you?
Soph, yeah. Sophia.
Yeah. That's
wrong gender. So it wasn't her.
No, it was her. I mean, you thought it wasn't him.
What?
You thought it was Fred?
No, I said Fred was already here because Fred put his hand around the door and waved. And then I thought there must be Soph.
Too busy concentrating on the cricket here.
Yes, exactly. There's a bit of a delay. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's being a field change is being made. Yes, the mid-off is going back outside the circle to long on, mid-on to long on. They've got a man at deep square leg as well. Those are the two men out. And it's driven straight to that man. He comes in about 20 yards to field. And the score moves 26 for 2.
First we take Manhattan says that so all 10 outfield fielders are going to bowl at least one ball and take a wicket with their first ball then. Not a bad strategy given how it's gone so far.
That's a good point. Yes, best get someone on.
I quite like to see Johnny Bairstow bowl as well.
That's a point. Well, although... if we could get De Villiers and Miller, then we'd practically through them, aren't we? So yeah. I'd suggest get another new bowler on now, get De Villiers' wicket with that first ball, and we're flying and we're laughing as England. Here comes Willie into Miller again. Miller opens the face, pushes to cover, and there is no run.
Andrew says, I like that my tune-in app mistakes you for that other cricket service. There's another cricket service.
I don't know who you possibly mean. I have no idea.
I can't imagine such a thing. PBR says, I can't stay up for the game, but if any of you listen to the commentary here. They're pretty fun and engaging. Now, I don't know whether PBR is saying that we're pretty fun and engaging or whether we are pretty fun and engaging. I imagine
pretty
all
comma,
of those
fun
things.
and engaging.
Yeah.
I'm pretty, you're fun, and someone else must be engaging.
We'll find them
Or maybe
soon.
the other way around, perhaps. Or none of those things. 3 overs bowled, 26 for 2. We're going to do 5 over spells. And we are going to have a new bowler, so I'm hoping for a wicket. And it's going to be this man.
Actually, bear with me.
There was silence.
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry. More England caps will soon draw nigh. Or if they don't, then it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the windy team.
Oh, that's just pathetic. He hasn't got a wicket.
Rubbish.
It's just glided down to third man by de Villiers. That's most disappointing.
I'm not sure he's not understood the strategy there, has
No,
he?
he hasn't.
I mean, they've quite clearly gone out to Wood and Willie and told them that the strategy is to take a wicket with the first ball, and Jordan's just completely ignored the coaches, which they won't be happy with.
Well, he won't get back in the team, will he? I mean, he's been out of it for a while, and after that, I'll be very surprised.
As long as Jason Roy is not reading from the same rule book when he comes out to bat.
Jason Roy. Well, he got 91, didn't he, the other day for Surrey against
I
Worcestershire?
knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. He was back in his comfort zone, really, with Surrey opening the batting. Here comes Chris Jordan. He has really got a lot of bling round his neck. Short ball, which is well played by Miller as it rises on him down into the ground, and just behind square on the offside, Morgan Fields. There's a single. 28 for 2.
Liz Yates's geography knowledge of America is certainly better than either of ours.
It should be. She comes from the bloody country.
And she says Missouri and Illinois share a long border. Won't make it to Brooklyn tonight, though, as it's just him, and that's a haul.
Oh, really? Is that going... What sort of direction is he going in? Sort of northeast. Okay.
To Brooklyn from...
Okay. Well, we wish you luck in your pursuit of getting home. Here comes Jordan. Oh, lovely slower ball, which de Villiers, I guess, picks ultimately, but not enough to be able to force it through the offside. It's a little bit of a mistimed drive, and back to the bowler, no run.
Message says, on the second day of summer, my true love sent to me 2 suntan lotions. I think we're going to get 12 of these.
What's got with you, Message? What's he up to? He sent us another picture, has he?
He sent us... Oh, something to do with the Royal Ascot considering relaxing the dress code.
Oh yeah, they did. They were going to let men take their jackets off. I mean, for goodness' sake! Now, A.B. de Villiers doesn't seem to know where this is. It's down the leg side. He's trying to turn it with the angle, and he's mistimed it. It's jumped up onto his body. It's popped out on the offside. But for a moment, he wasn't quite sure where it had gone.
Messages again. On the third day of summer, my true love sent to me 3 ice-cold lagers.
Oh, now that's an idea.
Well, we've got them then. We've got some Heineken.
I keep telling people, you've got to bring bottled beer. Canned lager is horrible stuff. Does no one understand this? Or am I just particularly picky? Another slower ball way outside the off stump. Has a big drive at that one, de Villiers, but he was completely fooled by the pace at 65 miles an hour and failed to make contact. It dribbled through the keeper.
I think, Hendo, it just means that people end up bringing cans so that they don't have fewer to share them around with.
Well, the thing about cans is cans are cheaper generally, aren't they, than bottles? Yeah, I think that's what it is. We're cheapskates in this organisation. But if you are coming on at any point, bring bottled beer. If I can sort of merge that into your consciousness. Ring at 5 on the offside for Jordan is in again. Another slower ball, but this time it's spotted by de Villiers and he drives it over the top of mid-off. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Spoiled a pretty good over from Jordan. Ended up going for 6, but at that point he'd only gone for 2. It's been very good. But I guess, you bowl that as a surprise ball to de Villiers. He may not pick it. You bowl it 3 times in a row. Eventually, he's going to pick it.
That was the Dermot Reeve theory, wasn't it? Nobody expects yet another slow ball.
So, did you read that story about Dermot Reeve selling his wisdom?
No.
Did not read about that because he's got no money, apparently. He's selling his wisdom that's when he was Wisdom Cricketer of the Year.
How much is he going to get? I mean, yeah.
Well, he reckons he might get a couple of grand so that he can go and visit his children in Australia.
Oh, a couple of grand because it was his wisdom, not because it's a particularly valuable.
No, because I think it was signed or it had his name emblazoned upon it.
Or it's a presentation version.
Wood bowls, and that's a wonderful ball, and he may have in fact got the wicket. An inside edge from David Miller, and the rest is done by Joss Butler behind the stumps. Now, that was just too quick for him, I think. Just too quick. And the third over in 4, in which the first ball of said over has brought a wicket, 32 for 3. Oh, that was just too quick for him.
An absolutely gorgeous ball, that from Mark Wood. It's just nipped in as well. So it's nipped in enough to find the inside edge. It's been far too quick for David Miller. It's nearly hit the top of off stump as well. It is everything you could expect from the first ball of an over, showing Chris Jordan how it's done.
Well, there you go. After winning the toss and deciding to bat, they're 32 for 3. Miller has gone for 9, and this is proving a bit of a struggle for South Africa.
Jeff Perkins says, will the match be suspended for excessive light?
Excessive light.
That has happened before, isn't it? I'm thinking, is it Dickie Bird and England West Indies?
That was Manchester.
Old Trafford,
Old
yeah.
Trafford.
Wasn't it something
to
to do...
the light off the window.
That's right. There was a fan light that was open, and it was reflecting the sun, so they had to go off.
Pointing at it again.
I didn't think to put sort of... just put some covering over it, like a towel or something. You'd think these days they would probably have... the wherewithal to do that. And coming to the crease is a man we haven't seen a lot of. We did see the odd appearance in the Champions Trophy. It's this man.
I beg your pardon, but Farhan Bahadian has a name you just can't begrudge. I just don't know why friend and foe unite in calling him Fudge.
Fudge? Is he really called Fudge?
Yeah, no,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's. I must have listened to that jingle 2 or 3 times, but hadn't picked up on that bit. Wood will continue. He's got 2 wickets now, and a lot of responsibility now for AB de Villiers. Hasn't got a lot of batting to come. I don't know anything about Saley, the wicketkeeper, who's due in next. 2 slips and a leg gully, it appears. Is he going to bowl short? Yes, he is. And Bahadian did very well to just jab that down from in front of his face. It was almost a reflex. He seemed to be slightly turning his head away from it, but he got his bat or glove up there and
He's
dropped
done
it down.
exceptionally well there, the batsman, for his first ball. To be honest, if that had gone looping up to gully or something, it would be saying again how he had absolutely no chance of playing that, and somehow he has, because it's absolutely jumped off a length.
Well, Wood has bowled. In fact, he's done well because he's got the top of the bat on that, actually. It didn't fly as high as glove, but an interesting approach from England. Here he is again, back of a length. He tries to pull, and his hit on the thigh pad, the ball just drops out into the offside, and there is no run.
He's too quick at the moment, isn't he?
Too quick for them at the moment. And do you remember that England play? Well, it must have been the second ODI when he absolutely pinged Hashim Amla in the grill. Do you remember that? I think it was the second one. Which was far too quick at that time for him, and it was an evil bouncer, and he can do that from quite a short run up. It's very difficult as a batsman to get your mind attuned as to how quick he's going to be off that shorter run up. Getting the rhythm is quite hard.
Given that this is generally slightly slower wicket than we think it is, he's obviously skidding it through somehow.
Yep, here he is again in short ball, pulled this time by Bahadian, but it doesn't go with anything like the timing and power that he had hoped. It brings him a single through square leg. Score moves to 33 for 3.
Great Jeff Boycott shot there.
Yeah.
Take one and have a look at the other end.
Yes, indeed. Not a bad idea.
Ben Ingham has joined us. He said, "Evening, guys. Just tuned in. Where is Faf for South Africa?"
He's looking after his wife or partner who's about to give birth.
Oh, congratulations.
There you go.
He also says, "Evening, could work out a great game for Mason Crane coming on with a few wickets already down."
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, will they get him into the game sooner or later? I mean, what would happen if we just bowl them out and he doesn't get a go? It seems a bit of a waste of time, doesn't it?
Well, they'll open the batting with him. They have to.
Yeah. Go on, son, have a game. We need for your match fee, £10. Is how much is it for a match these days?
That's how much it is for my matches.
£10.
And but we are pretty village, so maybe it's more in other teams.
Full toss driven by de Villiers up to mid off. Doesn't beat the fielder there, so there's no run. He's got 19 of the 33 runs. Bahadian has 1. There'll be a change at the end of this over. 1 ball to go. Shall we have a 3-person change? People out there in the green room, if you're listening, hopefully you are, so you know what to do.
I will squeeze in Messi Jez's 4th day of summer then. On the 4th day of summer, my true love said to me, 4 fans are blowing.
Here comes Wood going wide on the crease. Another short ball, which seemed to worry de Villiers a little bit, but he managed to get out of the way a bit, leaning forward. That's the end of the over. 5 gone. It's 33 for 3. It's time for a change, so we will be on the move.
Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket,
Well, good evening, everyone. This is Will Cockle, and joined by Sophia and Fred Titmus. Is that what we call you?
Yes.
Not Fred Titmus.
I'm not Fred Titmus. I am not Fred Titmus.
Exactly. You okay there, dear? As we watch Jordan coming into bowl, she's just completely molested my microphone, and it's slashed rather ugly shot that down to third man for 4 runs. Was that a double jingle?
Theme.
Right. Yeah, no, I think it was quite a good shot. That it was just almost just outside his shoulders, and he managed to find the gap past first slip there. It was a good shot.
Guided rather than edged.
Yes, I think so. That was Behardine. He's gone to 5 off 4 balls, and now he's gone to, I would have said 6. Is he going to be able to come up for the second? I don't think so. So that means the total up to 38 for 3 off 5.2.
Did you notice the throw in from the boundary? It bounced twice.
Do you think that's on purpose?
Yeah, trying to soften the ball up.
Well, that's sharp practice, and reminds me of Shahid Afridi break dancing on the wicket. Do you remember when he did that spin about 10 years ago, and they caught him on camera when they'd had to go for a bomb scare, and he stayed
everybody
on.
does it rather than... if everybody does it, it's not sharp practice. It's just practice, isn't it?
Yeah,
throwing the ball in.
The double bounce, yes. No, I was being a bit harsh there. This is
see what happens here.
Played very nicely. Let's see how many bounces it is. 1. I think only 1 this time. Yeah, no, of course you can bounce it twice.
Some of us will struggle to get it to only bounce twice from the boundary.
Exactly. Just wave at me, Sophia, when you want to interject, won't you?
Yeah,
you just
or I'll just
raise your hand or stroke my knee. Or that got a death stare. First death stare of the day.
Well, if you say things like that, what are you asking for?
This is played through point, who might or might not have dived, and they'll take. I was going to say a single, and they've come back for a very sharp 2. And that was a good shot by Behardine, who's got off to a good start, 8 off 6.
Mark Ireland has tweeted in saying, tuned in late to the Gorilla Cricket commentary and missed 2 wickets.
3.
Turned off. No, wait for the end of the tweet. Good God. Turned off and England took another. Should I just not listen? No, Mark, we want you to listen. Please listen to us.
Because we want a good game. We don't want any more wickets for the next 3 overs to ensure a good game. How about that? Behardine takes strike to a superb slower ball by Jordan. And is it going to be a single? Yes, it is, because I think that short cover there misfielded it. And then it's a horrific throw into Butler, who can't scramble. And they could have taken 3 almost. But it's just a single. Not glamorous.
Yeah, there's always fewer fewer overthrows when it's a sharp single, because when you're running at full tilt, you tend to go well past the stumps, and you have a long way to come back to even start the second run. It seems to be a bit windy there, because the Bairstow just expectorated, and it went a long way.
It did, and a lot of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
But he's trimmed his beard YJB. It's more like stubble now, isn't it? And this is played around the corner behind square leg for surely just a single, but the fielder had to come in quickly, and Butler has to leap into the air like a salmon and stops it. 43 for 3. Somebody could tell me very kindly how many came off that over. Oh, you see, I caught you on the hop there. It was about 7, I think. We're just seeing, we're seeing the first ball of the match for those who missed it, which came off his bat and pad and then onto the stumps, and then the second wicket was carved to mid-wicket where that was caught. And we have seen one glorious stroke today, wasn't it, of greeting Woolley and a long 6, and I think it's only 1 6 today so far. Any more tweets?
Well, I was going to say, who won the toss? I wasn't here for that. South Africa. Do you want to know a fun fact about the Ageas Bowl?
Yes.
Every team that has won the toss has gone on to win the match in all the T20s internationals.
And how many have there been?
There have been... Well, England have played 4, 1, 2, so there must have been 4.
Yeah.
Against Sri Lanka, only against Sri Lanka and
hold on. What about the World Cup when it was over here? Maybe there were a couple there as well.
No, that wasn't.
No Ageas Bowls in the 2009 World Cup.
Nope.
I remember the first game here in 2005 against Australia. That was a wonderful little start. So I thought we absolutely thrashed them. Took about 10 wickets for 30 runs in the middle. And this is played to short cover. and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a new bowler, and I'm struggling to see whether we've got a jingle for him.
Yes, excitement. It's Liam Dawson, who's...
we do. I'll play it
okay,
after.
hold on. And this is on a sixpence, and he's made room and played it out to long off for a single.
And here's his jingle.
Liam, Liam, Liam. Dawson, Dawson, Dawson. Liam, Liam, Liam. Dawson, Dawson, Dawson. Liam Dawson.
I'm so pleased you found that.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Yeah,
I'm
that
going to
was
hide
really
it again.
Yeah, that was really worth it. Ravi Nair has tweeted in saying, although tomorrow is apparently 22nd of June, and therefore hashtag no panty day, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Wow.
What is no panty day?
Well, he could tell us, please.
Yeah, Ravi, what on earth are you going on about?
Well, we missed the ball there, talking about no panties, but it was a dot ball to mid-wicket, and this is a very tight first over from Dawson, just to single this one up to deep mid-on, and we're going to get some stats up for Dawson now about his England 2020 career, which is dazzling. This is his second match. And his average is 15, his economy is 7.8, and he's had a 3 for 27. So far, his 2020 international career is sublime. That's paid out to deep cover, and they just take a single. England keeping a fine rap on this. You want to be, I would have said, over 50 for 7 overs, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Going back to Liam Dawson, he can bat as well. In domestics, his highest score is 76, not out.
In 2020?
Yeah.
Yep. What is it for first class out of interest?
I don't know. Unlike you going on your I do mine, or like this, I do mine written, handwritten, old school.
This is played up to deep long off and for a single to end a fine first over by Liam. Let's just have a quick look at his best ever first class batting score, which is highly irrelevant for this, but it's 169. I think if we had gone around the room 30 times each of us, we wouldn't have got that.
No, but Nick Nelson's tweeted saying, OK, pit stop. Second day of the 3-day drive from Aspen to Brooklyn. Couldn't survive these long drives without y'all.
Well,
Nick, we couldn't survive without you.
Brooklyn, that is beyond the comfort zone drive. That's at least 2 refills. Oh, goodness, what is that, a 2-day drive or something? More.
I think you said 3 in the tweet.
You said 3 in the tweet. Sorry. And excitement, lots of excitement. We've got somebody from, if you know the famous sitcom Frasier, we have their love child on. Mason Crane, he's appealing first ball. And I thought for a second the umpire was fidgeting.
Let's hear his jingle.
The selectors say, Mason, you're a good guy. What a laggy you could be. The future of English cricket rests in thee.
Do I start just talking over it?
Yeah, it got pulled down for you in volume.
It did. Sorry, that's why you were looking at me with earnest expectation. This was fractionally short of a length on the leg stump, and they can't find a run. This one's very short, and he's just got it through short third man, and it's going to run away for 4, which is a shame because he got off to a really good start there with a couple of dot balls, but now he's going for one of these.
A new mog right there, eh?
Yeah, there's a lot of new mog.
Yeah, and you never know. There is some gold dust in those new mogs.
Yeah, you've got to do a bit of sifting now.
Do you want to know Mason Crane's stats? I've got them for all 3 formats.
Yes.
So he's taken only 3 wickets in domestic T20.
Isn't that
I'll break off.
strange? You'll have to tell us how that can be and how come we're looking at him today. This one there's flight, there's drift. It reminded me of Shane Warne versus Gatting. Lovely ball, but it's just played to square leg where Joss Butler fields. I'll let you picture how that's occurred, but it did. But there I saw a bit of drift and a bit of turn and everything there. It was a lovely ball.
So I, like you, was like 3 wickets. Why on earth is he being picked? It's because he has 38 wickets in ODIs and 65 wickets in the county championship.
In ODIs?
Well, ODs.
The I
always in there,
is a typo. This is played out to deep cover for a single by, I think that was A.B. DeVee. He's on 24 of 23 balls. Bahadine on 16 or 14. We have a partnership going here of probably around 25 or more. As Crane tries again. This one is very accurate, a superb length, just outside the off stump, and it's him himself who comes around to field it. So a good first over, 6 runs off it. The love child of Niles and Daphne Moon from Fraser has done a fine first over. But
why is Rashid not in this squad? He's played a lot of the T20. He's quite a good bowler at
Maybe
T20,
they're doing a sort of a rester. They
Yes.
like to do that, don't they?
He
They like
played this week for Yorkshire in the game that just finished this afternoon.
He's played so much, they want to look at it. I think they know it's the phrase WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get. And I expect they're trying to spread the love and have a look at a couple of others, because we do know exactly what Rashid's capable of. But less so Crane as Dawson bowls. He's only gone for 4 off his first over, played up to deep mid-off for a single by A.B. DeVee.
On the Twitter sphere, Crack de Bear has tweeted saying, "I'm so damned hot, I'm smoking." That is not a nice image. Mark Zip, hello Mark. It was wonderful having you in last week.
This is played right back down the pitch. South Africa are stuck here, by the way, in case you're wondering. Absolutely stuck. I don't think. I think we've seen 1-4 in the last couple of overs. Mark, sending my love. Is he back in Woodstock yet? Ask him.
Well, if I read the tweet, you'll know.
Yep. Played out to deep cover by Behardine for a single. There lots of introspection here by South Africa. Go.
Mark Zip has tweeted, "Afternoon all, back upstate, working on a nice Threns. Can't see Facebook Live. Has the primary school poster survived? Yes, it has, Mark. It is still here, pinned proudly on the wall behind us.
Facebook Live is not working today.
Yeah, it's on strike.
This one is driven, and its short cover has he's slammed it straight to. Is that Jason Roy?
Yeah,
yes,
I think he's dropped it.
Oh, you
judging
think
by
so?
the hands on heads around the field, I think he hit it straight at him. And ABD is not the man you really want to drop. Let's have a look at the slow mo. Oh no! Actually bounced about a foot in front of him. To be fair.
Okay, and this one is off and nils offside again. England are bowling so tightly. No, Mark, your sign is there. It still looks like something, as somebody unkindly said, from a village yard sale.
I think that was Mark himself that said that.
Somebody tweeted in very quickly and said it was shambolic, but that was because we didn't have a pair of scissors in the building. But we shall take care of it. This one is played for, I think, a dot ball, isn't it? What an amazing over. I think 2 came off it. Dawson, figures, 0 for 6 off 2. Some of the best figures in this form of the game you'll ever see. 55 for 3 off 9, yes.
Knuckle has tweeted us, our very own Knuckle. "Room for one more. I'm willing to bring beer as tribute." Knuckle, I haven't seen you in ages, and even though I have no authority here, I'd love to see you. Why don't you come on in?
And actually, I arrived at Merton Park tram station today and patted my right buttock to make sure I had my wallet so that I could tap in, and I didn't have my wallet, so I've got the whole way here from Merton without a wallet. So yes, if you could come and lend me a fiver, as this is played out to deep mid-wicket. And it also means, what I'm really saying is that I can't afford to eat or drink this evening either.
Aww.
So if you could feed me, water me, transport me and love me, I'll be very grateful.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
That was played out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and this is just, there's a lot of milking going on. I hope South Africa realise they're in a 2020, and this is played out to deep cover. They can start afford to lose wickets. They've only lost 3 wickets in 9 overs. They need to start moving if we're going to have a game of cricket.
Paul Kemp has tweeted in with something that I could. 20 kit has got to be one of the worst sporting kits of all time. It's horrendous.
I think it's really striking. 58 for 3 becomes 60 for 3, does it? Or no, just a single, is it? They saved the second run there.
Yeah, we should point out that Crane and Dawson both play for Hampshire. This game is taking place in Southampton, so they will at least have the goodwill of the crowd behind them, and they seem to be feeding off it.
Have they done that on purpose, do you think?
I don't think so. I think,
might have done. Behardine has 20 off 19 balls, and that is beautifully flighted, and short cover can't quite, dives over the top of it. It's Jordan who feels. Nice to see Jordan in the team. Some death overs from him for a single.
It's not quite like it used to be in the West Indies, where they had to pick some of the local players when they went around the islands, otherwise people wouldn't turn up. Which the famous slogan from about 20 years ago.
We might see a 4 here. This is played very, very straight, but we don't, because the man comes around, and it is a single. Wow, these 5 overs have flown by. I'm going to get kicked out here. Am I getting kicked out or not? Yeah, I've been grimaced at, but I've loved it.
The famous slogan was when Anderson Cummings wasn't going to get picked, no Cummings, no goings. That's what the crowd said.
This one is on his off stump, and he's playing it out to deep point for a single, which takes us to the halfway stage. And South Africa on the road to nowhere fast. That's 62 for 3. De Villiers 27 off 29. Behardine 22 off 21. And they need to score about 100 off these next 10 overs to make a true game of it, we think. And we are changing.
Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
Yeah, 62 for 3 at the halfway mark. Not quite as good as they might have thought. This is turned round the corner by Behardine. There is a man there, and they've attempted a single, even though it's gone straight to the man who's about 15 yards from the bat. And they've completed the single as well. So good running, I suppose, if a little kamikaze. What happened? He picked it up. Was that Morgan? And he had a shot at the stumps, and he would have been gone by about 5 yards, and he missed. I don't know why Butler didn't try and do a Donny and shovel it. But
he's the wrong side of the wicket, isn't he?
Perhaps. Dawson in again, bowls. It's flat, and it's played quite nicely through extra cover. The man from deep cover is going to come round. It's going to be an easy 2 runs to A.B. de Villiers. Takes the score up to 65 and him to 29.
It's quite fun, these 5 over changeovers, isn't it? It keeps us on our toes in the green room.
It's too much like hard work on a day of 34 degrees here in London.
Yeah,
which is about 90 something in old money. Dawson bowls again, and this is
tell you exactly, isn't it?
Well, it's times 9 fifths and add 32.
93.2. This is dinked into the leg side. The bowler fields. It's no run.
But it's got to be 0.8 something, doesn't it? Because it's times 9 fifths, and you're adding.
No, it's 1.8 to 95.
Right.
Dawson left arm round. This is a little bit shorter. De Villiers goes and heaves it into the leg side, out to the man about 20 yards in from the boundary at Cow. They take a single, 66 for 3. De Villiers has 30. Do we have any more tweets? It's difficult to get through when Dawson is bowling, but let's try.
Tony Bishop says, a win for the middle at last, but no Dawid tonight, so I don't get to hear his jingle. Sad face.
This is played off the pads by Behardine. He didn't play it slowly enough that they could think about 2. He went out to deep mid wicket for 1. Yes, Middlesex demolished Yorkshire earlier this afternoon, as they tend to do, with frightening regularity, I have to say. I think they've won 5 of the last 6 games against them. This is a full floaty ball. It's actually a full toss by the time de Villiers drives it up to long on for a single. End of the 11th over, 68 for 3.
Well, I'm enjoying my first taste of Mason Crane in an England shirt. There's nothing more exciting in a cricket match than watching a new leg spinner bowl, particularly bowling for his country. He's done pretty well so far.
Yeah, it's well, as Sophia said earlier, he's only taken 3 wickets in T20s.
He has. His record doesn't particularly sustain his inclusion, does it?
But I mean, you know, if he'd gone for 4.5 runs and over, it wouldn't matter how many wickets he's taken. But it still seems a little bit.
Well, he's gone for
on
about
the low side.
He's gone for about 9.2 and over in his 5 T20s so far.
It's not all wickets that count. It's
but as a fellow leg spinner, I'm very much prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Anyway, Crane starts a new over, and this is driven to extra cover where it's fielded by, I don't know who that was. Anyway, it's no run. So we've got 2 out of 3 leg spinners on comms at the moment.
I have bowled leg spinner in my time.
Deliberately? As Crane comes in and bowls, and this is, I thought it was going to be a full toss. There's a nice little bit of dip, which means that it bounces just before it gets to the batsman, technically known as the half volley. It's driven up to deep mid-on, and the bowler, for some reason, chases it all the way out to mid-on, but it's still a single.
It's that keenness of the 20-year-old, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Roy Pom says, good evening, back from midweek happy hour. Have I missed much? Oh, he's a bit pissed as well.
You've missed 69 runs, 3 wickets.
Explosive start from Mark Wood as well.
Crane into Behardine. Again, it's very floaty, and it's driven up to deep mid-off, where Chris Jordan fields, and that's just a single.
It's, well, if you're going to bowl the right way, it's to be full rather than short.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You've got to err on the side of
depth rather than shortness. Does anyone know why? Either of you two know why Rashid isn't in the squad?
No.
This is dinked into the leg side by de Villiers. He was slightly beaten in the air, but he still managed to muscle this out to a wide long on where David Willey Fields. They come back for 2 runs. I think he was, as I say, he was beaten by the unexpected flight of that ball, but still managed to muscle it out over mid-wicket. It was a bit annoying for the bowler.
Well, some of the players were rested for, like Stokes was rested to manage his knee.
This is a full ball. It's actually a full toss, and de Villiers drives this up to wide long on. They take 1. That's all they're going to take. Willey Fields, but Rashid was playing in the county championship game. Not very well, but he was playing, which is a bit odd.
Juliet Clancy is with us and says, just tuned in. South Africa already 3 down. Justin won't be happy. Do we know who Justin is?
Justin's a friend of hers who was going to come into...
he's wrapped on the pad. That's a ludicrous appeal because it was going to maybe hit the leg stump of another
beside
set.
him, appealing down the leg side.
Anyway, hit the pads. It's no run, and that's the end of the 12th over. Crane has gone for 18 runs off his 3 overs. South Africa 73 for 3, and they need to get a bit of a shift on. Any tweets?
David Wood says, evening all, just come home from work and delighted that you can ease my boredom. Well, we're delighted to ease it for you.
Yeah.
Big Neil
Orally,
says...
certainly.
Big Neil says, you sound like a blonde I went out with Natalie, is it you? I don't know if he's talking to you, Fred, or either of us.
That might be the sea mistress.
It might have been.
She's not blonde.
I suspect as much. Nestle Boy says, Gorilla Cricket, are you not on the Facebooks tonight? Well, we're not, sadly, for everybody involved.
No, we're not, because the computer that we use for Facebook Live doubles up as the Bears' personal computer, so we don't always have access to it.
If you were to have access to Facebook Live tonight, you'd see 3 very sweaty gentlemen trying their best to explain a game of cricket.
Yeah.
Not sweat anymore.
So, 12 overs gone, 73 for 3. What are they going to make? Any guesses? Let's go around the room.
I reckon they'll make 140.
And that won't be enough, will it?
It shouldn't be enough.
I'll go with 162.
Okay. Dawson is going to bowl his final over. He's gone a very miserly return. He's gone for 12 runs from his 3 overs so far. He's bowling left arm round. This is cut square of the wicket on the offside. There is a man who has to come round from deep cover, so it's an easy 2 to de Villiers. He moves to 37 and 75 for 3.
Where are you going, Fred?
I'm going to go for 168.
168.
We're going to have de Villiers is going to have a bit of a crack.
You've seen this lad bat before, haven't you?
I have, but unfortunately we don't get to see him very often because he doesn't play much cricket, as Dawson bowls again, and de Villiers doesn't try and hit it too hard, can't beat a man at short extra cover. It's a dot ball. He's how old is de Villiers?
30.
He's not old enough to not be playing the amount of cricket that he should be. This time he makes room on the leg side, tries to heave it over mid-wicket, but it goes to deep backward square leg for a single.
Well, I managed to play 2 games at the weekend. It almost killed me, but
that's tough.
To do it.
That is a little bit tough.
How are your figures, Jason?
6 overs, 1 for 36 on Saturday, in 256 for 3. That wasn't too bad.
Well, yeah, that's all right.
And 8 overs, 2 for 75 on Sunday.
Down the wicket comes Bahadi. He drags this into the leg side, out to cow corner, just a single.
But I will qualify that as saying we had 10 players and we were playing against Jason Roy's club, Reigate Priory.
Are they all as brainless as Jason Roy at the club?
No, they're a nice bunch of guys, but they're all good cricketers.
Yeah. Dawson, 2 balls left of his spell. He's only gone for 16. He makes some room, just de Villiers. He cuts this through the offside gap, out to the sweeper, just the one. This has been a very good spell from Dawson. He's not giving it much flight. Crane is, but Dawson is sending it through pretty flat.
I think the 3 early wickets and fairly long boundaries as well as stopping these 2 from going after him.
Perhaps. Last ball of Dawson's spell, and he can't do anything with this other than find short extra cover. That's the end of the 13th over. South Africa is 78 for 3. De Villiers is 39 from 41 balls. Behardine has 26 from 27. And Dawson's going on for 17.
And pace off the ball is obviously making it hard for them to time anything.
Yeah, as I said, Dawson and Crane will have bowled, will play all their home cricket at the Rose Bowl because Hampshire don't play anywhere else where this game is taking place. So, it's good for them to be bowling on home ground in front of a home crowd. Any tweets?
We've got some more tweets in, yeah. Paul Kemp suggests that we use some Patreon funds to get ourselves aircon. We're so strapped for cash, we can't even get the aircon, and as a result, we're 3 sweaty gentlemen, which Juliet Clancy says is an image to conjure with, or is
I'm going to sit in the car at the half-time break as Crane to bowl his last over. It's flighted outside the off stump. It's driven as far as Roy at extra cover, and it's was everyone?
Nestle Boy in reply to Juliet Clancy says, you have seen us on Facebook, right?
He's 33 and a third, the naked gun.
Mason Crane bowls. It's a little bit shorter, but it's been dinked up in the air. There must be a mid-off. No, it's just gone over his head. Oh, dear. That just landed about 5 yards outside the circle. Well, mid-off is back, and Roy had to come from extra cover. He couldn't quite get there. He fell a couple of yards short. And they've taken a single, but that's a bit of a let-off for South Africa.
I mean, any time you get a leading edge playing a pull shot, hit it straight up in the air and aren't caught. It
actually fell well inside the 30-yard circle. I got that wrong. This is down the wicket comes Bahardine. He tries to find a gap in the offside. He can't. It's another dot ball. This is a good over from Crane. He's getting a generous hand from his home crowd.
Nestle Boy's informing us that his feet really pong. That's
cheers, Nestle.
Informative and value add as always.
Have some toast. Crane comes in and bowls, and this is it's flayed out to deep cover for a single. But how long since the last four? I don't think you've played the jingle since you've been sitting there, have you?
No, I haven't. It's been a long time.
Been a long time. Been a long time. Been a long, lonely time.
We should probably get that as a jingle for
something not happening for a long time. Crane in now, right arm over the wicket. Oh, again, de Villiers is trying to drive it. He can't time the ball at all. It goes into the ground and back to the bowler, a dot ball.
James Richardson and Akil Pandya both letting us know that Rashid's not in the squad. He was left out so he could play some games for Yorkshire.
Right. Didn't do Yorkshire much good. Crane bowls. This is a filthy full toss, and de Villiers doesn't do enough with it. Oh, he does. He finds the gap between mid-wicket and wide long on, and it's gone to the boundary. A bit of a disappointing end to Crane's spell, but it's 4 runs.
You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun.
I say disappointing. It's not really disappointing because he's gone for 24 off 4 overs, which is a cracking return in T20 international cricket. But 20 would have been a damn sight better.
When you're bowling AB de Villiers as well.
Yeah.
I mean, but that is the classic leg spinner's last ball of the over, the one where you
or sometimes second, third, and fourth ball of the over as well.
Up a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
If you watched it, it was sort of spinning horizontally rather than along the axis towards the batsman.
Well, you've got good eyes, Jason.
Well, I've got my reading glasses on, that's what I can see.
Well, 14 overs gone, 84 for 3. My 168 is looking a little bit high. We've got to change of bowling because Dawson bowled out at the other end. It's going to be the chat with a horrible jingle. Do we have to play it? I really don't like this jingle.
Mutton dagger, old blind Bob, hanging Johnny, fishing rod, tallywhacker, pocket rocket, one-eyed trouser trout. Ding dong, ankle spanker, pork, sword, engine cranker, hairy hot dog, Davy Crockett, let them all hang out.
Pet names for genitalia. You know the girls think of them and you gotta love them. Pet names for genitalia. There's always something silly about little Willie.
He comes in and bowls, and this is tucked into the leg side by Bahardine. They look for one, they think about two, they're going to make two quite comfortably because it went into that untenanted area near the umpire. Perko, Mog, if you're listening, a new jingle for David Willey would be great. Yeah, cheers.
Nestle Boy is now telling us that former Wimbledon champion Boris Becker has been declared bankrupt, apparently.
As opposed to just morally bankrupt, which he was before.
Yeah. Now morally and actually bankrupt.
Right. Okay. Well, sorry, Boris, if you're listening.
Payments.
If you've got some time on your hands, come in and do some guerrilla cricket commentary. We're seeing pictures of people hugging beyond the boundary. I'm not sure what that's about. A bit too warm for that. But Bahardine faces up to Willie, and this is driven straight to the man at mid-off in the circle, and he got there pretty quickly. There's no chance of a run. They didn't even get 2 yards down the wicket. 86 for 3.
Neil Franklin says it's a cunning Middlesex plan. Rafiq is better than Rashid. Make Rashid available.
Well, even when he's available, he doesn't always play for Yorkshire. Remember that game at the end of last season where he says, I know it's the championship decided, but I can't be asked. Bahardine will be facing up to Willie. He's on 29 from 31 balls, which is not great. Willie in and bowls, and it's short, and it's pulled up in the air. Has he got enough on that? I think he just about... Oh, he doesn't. It beats the man on the boundary and lands inside the boundary for 4. That's a bit odd.
4. Good God, yeah.
Was he in the right place, the fielder?
Crane just couldn't get high enough.
Oh. I'd like to see Crane fly.
Extend.
I'd like to see Crane fly. It went over his head but yet landed inside
It's
the
always a
boundary.
bad moment, that, when
Yeah.
the ball goes over your head on the boundary for 4.
Yeah. Well, he did jump. He went with one hand, didn't actually get anything on it. I'd like to see where he's supposed to be fielding, because if he's come from 20 yards away, that's fair enough. If he's somewhere in the vicinity, that's pretty poor.
Not great spatial awareness there. He should have known where the sponge was and whether he could jump backwards.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been supposed to have been on the boundary, because you don't put the man on the 2.
You do sometimes for longer boundaries, because you don't want them to give easy 2s out to that person. So anyway, Willie in again to Bahadi, and comes down the wicket and he gets an inside edge. It's a very good stop by Butler, who stopped what I thought was definitely going to be 4 runs off the bat. It was a bottom edge. It went along into the leg side. They take a single, but a good bit of work from Butler.
It was a very good piece of work, that, because he had to change direction very quickly. The ball was just shading it down the offside, which is where his feet would have been going.
Yeah.
And eventually had to take a couple of steps and dive to his left.
That's unlucky. He just lost that when his elbow hit the ground.
No, he didn't. Well, it wasn't a catch. I mean, he had it in the webbing, but it went a little bit away from him. They took a single. I think they'd take that every day of the week. Getting only 1 run off that. England would be delighted that that's only 1 run. Anyway, de Villiers is 44 as he faces up to David Willey as we look from the umpire's cam, as this is dinked over the leg side out to the man at Cow, who is good 15 yards in from the boundary. Sends the return in, 1 run to de Villiers, 45, and it's 92 for 3.
Juliet Clancy says, after a grim day, the Willie jingles made me laugh for the first time today. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to have a changeover after this ball. Cockers is coming back, and is he accompanied by anyone else? Sophia's coming back, and I'm coming out, presumably, having done 2 stints in a row. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll have a change round after this as Willie bowls to Bahadi and left arm over the wicket, and this is driven or out to Cow corner for a single. The end of the 15th over. South Africa are 93 for 3. De Villiers has 45 and Bahadi 35.
Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
Yes, welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket. We've had 15 overs so far of South Africa's 20. They won the toss and batted. They're 93 for 3. And we've had a bit of a changeover. I'm joined by Will and Sophia, both of whom I've heard commentate before, but I've never actually met. So both of you, it is lovely to meet you.
Do we live up to your expectations?
Well, so far it's been about 7 words, so absolutely, yeah.
It's always weird, though, when you meet someone that you've listened to. So I was at some horse trials the other week, and the guy, I couldn't tell you his name, but the guy that always commentates every single horsey thing has got such a distinctive voice. And then there he was talking to me about the weather, and I was there this is so weird to see a face.
It is Cornelius Lysett.
Is that the one that does everything?
Yeah,
it will be
BBC
him.
guy.
It'll be him.
Bit older, bald, Aldertonian.
Yeah, that'll be him.
Yeah.
But no, it was ridiculous. It was very odd.
It's a very strange social situation to find yourself in. Yeah.
And I was there oh, sorry, I'm meant to be, I'm too busy listening.
Wood comes in for the first ball of his 3rd over. His first 2 were phenomenal, and Bahadian defends it back to the bowler for no run. No, it is a very odd situation, because you find yourself with commentators that you haven't met in listening mode.
Yeah.
You're naturally in listening. Your brain's kind of switched off, because you're not listening to every word that a commentator says. You're trying to use it as kind of background noise sometimes.
Yeah. Particularly when it's someone that's been around literally and does everything, is such a monopoly on something.
Yeah.
So you're definitely not used to having normal combos.
Wood in again. This is pulled by Bahadian out towards the leg side, and the square leg's not going to get it, but the mid wicket is. It's David Willey launches it left arm back to Jos Buttler, and Bahadian will take 1. He moves on to 36 from 36. De Villiers is 45 from 46, so uncharacteristically running at a strike rate of below 1 a ball.
He's in treacle. It's a treacle, AB Divi.
It's a treacle, indeed. Well, he hasn't been in form, of course, but also I think South Africa losing those 3 early wickets, thanks in large part to Mark Wood, who came up with a fearsome opening spell of 2 overs, had the South Africans jumping around all over the place, and is back now to bowl against AB. Charging in, AB moves to the leg side and then the offside and ends up working a straight ball out to long on, who's Chris Jordan, who fields, and they will take 1. Interesting from de Villiers there. That feeling like he had to move around a bit, try and put Mark Wood off his stride. He moved a couple of strides to the offside and then back to the leg, kind of the dummy. But South Africa get 1. They're 95 for 3.
He doesn't look very comfortable, does Mr. de Villiers? He's very red in the face. He keeps sort of heavy breathing and spitting rather. Which is
a very odd thing to watch, again, because I'm so accustomed to watching the man who got 147 from 44 against the West Indies. And this is attempted uppercut from Bahadian, but he misses. He gets very close to getting an edge in it. He doesn't. It's taken by Butler. There's no run.
Well, Hendo in the green room was sort of saying, well, it might not just be out of form. He's getting on a bit now. He might, his fitness might be. Yeah, but he's just not cope. These South Africans, they're just not able to deal with this hottest wet day.
He's not that old though, de Villiers, is he? He's
ancient for cricket terms.
He feels like he's been around forever, but it wasn't that long ago. But that he was quite young, so he can't be that old.
It wasn't that long ago that we were all quite young.
What is he? Don't remind me. Wood wide of the crease, and this is hooked by Bahadi, and this is going to go all the way over Sam Billings for one of these.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
He's finally managed to time one as Farhan Bahadian. This one doesn't stick in the pitch as much. It's gone behind square, behind the deep backward square leg fielder, all the way for 6. And they will hope South Africa that can spur some kind of recovery, because it's all been a little bit sedate for a 2020 innings so far. Potentially, once again, the result of that opening spell from Wood. It also suggests that the boundaries are a little bit longer than one might have seen in the Champions Trophy so far, as Bear waves us goodbye. This one is cut by Bahadian out to the sweeper, and they will take 1, think about 2, but sensibly, because they don't want any comedy run-outs this time round to South Africa. Turn that down. Last time I was commentating, it was the innings where South Africa had 3 comedy run-outs.
Oh, how exciting for you.
All in the same innings, and I was on all of them as well. It was incredibly exciting.
So you're the common factor here?
I think so.
We blame you for...
But blame or encourage repeatedly, and the South African fans certainly were blaming me last time round, which I thought was a little unjust, because it was very funny. We weren't adding to the comedy just because it was South Africa. I think that could have been any one-day team, and it would have been hilarious. But no, it just happened to be South Africa last time round. But anyway, we won't go on about that anymore, because that is all done and in the past. As Willie comes in for his last over, that is on a good length outside off stump, worked away to a fairly deepish cover just on the edge of the circle. There'll always be 1 there. South Africa move on to 103 for 3.
Couple of tweets maybe. Way Pom Pom, is Bahadin breaking a set of teeth in for a horse? Maybe do we have to read that one? Sorry.
Mark Wood's the horse. No one else can be the horse on this pitch.
The Press Retake Manhattan has written in to say that he's joined us, and it's very cold and dark and wet where he is.
Hi, First We Take Manhattan. Nice
Willie in again, and de Villiers tries to pull this, but ends up with one hand off the bat. It sort of squirts away all the way down to long on. I think they will just take 1. They do. South Africa 104 for 3.
Lost and Lonesome, when I met the Grillers, he's called us Grillers, G-R-I-S-S, clever, it's all clever stuff, at the jet lag, and I agree, it's so odd hearing in person people you only know from comms. Fun, though.
Yeah, no, very fun, but very strange. I think it's when you have a completely off-piste conversation. If you're talking about the sport or something, or whatever that person's thing is, then it's sort of more normal, but when you're just literally exchanging pleasantries...
Now, this time, Bahadian moves out to the offside, and he's been hit in a very painful area by the appropriately named David Willey.
I see what you did there.
I think everyone saw what had happened there. This one was on a good length. Bahadian took 2 steps to the offside. He tried to work it away, I think, over fine leg, possibly, or at least over kind of backward square leg. He hasn't really got anywhere near him. It's a bit of an ugly shot. It's a very ugly shot, in fact. He's fallen over. It's hit him in the unmentionables, and he's just taking a few seconds at the moment, I think, to recover from that.
There's
he
no
was,
jingle for that.
I think he was
there needs to be,
two.
doesn't
there?
I think he was 2 inches high. Thank goodness.
Maybe
he,
it's just
he inside edged it onto himself as well to make matters
Willian
worse.
again, same ball, same shot. This time he has got hold of it, but he will almost be caught. I think is that Crane again out in. It is Mason Crane out at deep square leg. He's ended up stopping it at least. They will take 2. No, they won't. They'll take 1. South Africa 105 for 3.
Well, that time he was too far back, so he needs to sort it out.
I guess just to annoy Fred, we could keep playing the Willy jingle every time it happens.
Does Fred not like the Willy jingle?
It doesn't like the Willy jingle, no.
Why?
Possibly cheap entertainment. One could suggest.
Dagger, old blind Bob, hanging Johnny, fishing rod, tallywhacker, pocket rocket.
Bahadian in again to the offside, and he's hit this one much more nicely, and it is all the way over the top. There's no fine leg. Wouldn't have got there anyway for one of these.
Now if a 6 turned out to be 9, oh, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind.
It is also his 50, which means I need to find this one.
Yeah, possibly the reason that Bahadian played it so much better was it was actually de Villiers. He was a better batsman than Bahadian is. Played a lovely shot. Wide apart again and smears it down to Long On, who throws it back in. They will take 1, and South Africa definitely starting to accelerate now. We didn't get predictions from you guys, I guess because you weren't commentating, it's fair enough, on where they're going to end up. It's a bit unfair because we were predicting at 12 overs and you guys have only got 3 overs left. But where do you think, what is it, 117 for 3 overs left?
I've got £100 on it, if that helps.
£100?
What have you got?
And Bear's got £5, but we've just gone for high lows. Bear got less than 160, so he should definitely get paid out. I've got less than 154. I should be okay. I think it's looking like about 145, isn't it?
Something like that. I went for 162.
I don't know. I know what a par score here is, about 170. If you were in, there was a really close game between England and I think it was Sri Lanka. Where I think England scored sort of 163, or whoever batted first scored 163, and they only just missed it.
Okay.
The batting second team only got 161.
Well, if they make 160 from here, South Africa will have done very well because they'll need 48 from 3. It's possible with de Villiers on strike.
Yeah, I'm going to go for that. Let's go for it. I'm going to believe that suddenly this form...
Well, that's not fair. You can't go for 160 because I've got 162. It's that thing that people do when they're playing this game and,
well, they're not going to
they want to be really annoying.
The last 3, are they? I think
no.
to make it a good game, they need to score at least 145. At the moment, England are absolutely pissing it, I think.
We have a change of bowler. We've got England's death bowler coming back on. Hasn't been in the side for a while. Are we going to jingle him up?
We will do.
Is he in there?
He's
here he is.
He's right there.
Looks like he's
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry more. England caps will soon draw nigh. Or if they don't, then it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the Windies.
Jordan in its full outside.
He's in, but he's not in great form, is he?
No, that's why I'm saying if he gave his wicket away cheaply, it would just be a complete waste. You'd be there going, well, why did you do that? Like, you're obviously, what's going on inside your head that you're just not... There's not much depth in this squad.
And that does happen as a batsman
Africa.
when you've been out a few times kind of cheaply, particularly if you've played a few shots. You want to feel bat on ball, you want to be in. This is full and straight again from Jordan. De Villiers works it away to the long on field. It's a good over so far from Jordan. David Willey returns it. They'll score 1 and they'll move on to 116 for 3.
And don't forget, whether or not it's conscious or subconscious, the fact that he is A.B. de Villiers and he is expected to do so much, particularly in this South Africa side that doesn't have much depth compared to the depth that they are used to of recent times, even though AB's the kind of guy that actually he wouldn't be thinking about that at all, it will weigh on his mind because he's human, as he's proven in the Champions Trophy.
Jordan again, full toss, smeared. If I tell you what, if the cover fielder, Owen Morgan, had been in the usual cover spot, he would have caught that. But because we're in the latter stage of the innings, all of the fielders inside the circle are on the edge of the circle. And so it's just kind of looped up a couple of metres in front of him, and he's taken it on the bounce from Bahadian. But once again, Bahadian failing to time the ball, failing to get it off the square. And Jordan, I think, is looking to bowl some low full tosses. That's not quite the ball he was looking for. He'll be pleased with that it hasn't gone out of the park.
We have a new jingle for Liam, Dawson is more imperative than a new Willie one.
Jordan in again, and this is driven from Bahadian, and it's gone to the mid-off fielder this time, again, on the bounce. Would have been taken again if the mid-off would have been in, but I think England rightly have got the fielders back on the circle because South Africa have not yet got a competitive total.
And that was Barry Goodman, and Lost and Lonesome sticks up for the Willie one as well, saying, after a grim day, the Willie jingle has made me laugh for the first time.
I think lots of people like the Willie jingle.
Well, I'm a Willie.
You're a Willie.
My surname is Cock, so...
we've got two Willies in one seat.
And my initials are WC.
Oh, my word.
So,
Your parents...
Yeah, they love me very much. Yeah. You see what they did there?
Yeah.
And my grandmother was Fanny Cockerell, which is also good.
Yes.
Replete with wonderful names.
She
in
wasn't
the Cockerell
born
family.
Fanny Cockerell, of course. She became it, which is even better.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
It's even. Did she seek out the surname?
I think so. Yes.
Early form of Tinder.
He was a playwright, so it was on a lot of plays all over North London.
I rather like that idea that it could be some kind of, well, not Victorian, but Victorian form of Tinder, that rather than kind of swiping left or right, you just go around a list of people finding names that would be vaguely funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark Wood in, outside off stump on a good length. This is cut away towards the point boundary. Will it get there? Almost. No, it's been stopped. It's been stopped well. Is that Mason Crane again? No, it's Sam Billings this time, out on the cover boundary, who has to run round to his left, and he did that thing where you pull it back, but as you're pulling it back you also drag it back towards you. Fortunately for him, he didn't drag it back all the way to the boundary, and he's managed to stop forward. It's a good piece of fielding.
I've just realised this, as someone that's relatively muscular, which is what Sam Billings is, he's got very small arms.
He does. He's kind of makes up for it, doesn't he? I think there's a lot of work in the gym.
Yeah, exactly. But those arms are...
Wood in again, short of a good length, and smeared away nicely from Hardy, and he has timed that one. It's gone all the way to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And not only that, but again, it's the second one of the innings of one of these.
Oh, yes. We've got another 50.
How will Mark Wood respond? He's wide on the crease, and that's down leg side, but Bahadian is equal to the task. He's played a beautiful shot. He's moved to the leg side. He's played it straight as a die over the bowler's head for one of these. A contender to Morris earlier on with his straight six for shot of the innings. But whenever you see that high front elbow keep its position like that at the end of the shot, you know a batsman's liked it.
Yeah, they're doing it for the photographers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
then let's get on the front.
Wood in again, 2-4-6 so far this over. This is high in the air, but will be caught, I think. No, it's dropped short of the fielder at deep back and square leg. Willie, with frustration in his arms, throws it back to Butler. It's another 2 for Bahadian. And it looked for all the world like that was going to be caught, but again, just evading the fielder in these long boundaries.
What a strange innings this has been. 2 wickets off the first 7 balls and then 1 off the next 103.
And then also the fact that there's actually been quite a lot of not great building. It seems like England really can't cope with the fact that these boundaries are where they should be.
Wood wide of the crease again, and this is a full toss, a low full toss on the leg side, but Bahadian's moved the leg side again. All he's got is a thick under kind of toe of the bat on it, and it squirts away down to the mid-wicket fielder, deep mid-wicket for 1.
Ooh.
7 balls left of his South African innings.
They need to score 18 off these 7 balls to make a game of it.
18.
I have my I've had the Tracer Bullet jingle requested, and the mouse is over it, so I'm just waiting for a 4 or a 6.
Are you going to play it on any 4 or just a 4 that goes like a Tracer Bullet?
Not anyone. I was even even a 2 would be acceptable, I was told.
Oh, a really good one. I'll
Wood
say.
in again, bouncer, and De Villiers makes space but can't get anywhere near it. He looks at the umpire who's not going to call a wide, and I think correctly.
I think you can do it because the ball was bowled very quickly and he missed it due to pace.
Because it was like a...
That went like a tracer bullet.
The ball bounced like a tracer bullet.
Wow.
As well.
The first time we've ever done a dot ball for the tracer bullet jingle. This is what's called cutting-edge, pioneering guerrilla cricket.
I think so, and I was told off last time I used the tracer bullet, but I think it was an inside-edged 4, I think. And,
no, you can't use
I had
it
about 4 people tweeting at me saying that wasn't a tracer bullet.
That's a sackable offence, actually.
Yeah.
You get your wages docked for that.
We don't have wages.
Yeah, you see what I did
That's,
there?
And now Patreon,
we
everybody.
have to increase our Patreons if we do that kind of thing.
If you want to go without caffeine for a week and give us some money,
give us some money.
You should.
Let's have a bet between the 3 of us. How many is this last over going to go for? I'm going to go for 8.
Oh, I'm going to go for more than that. I'm going... There's going to be 1-6. There's going to be 1-4. A couple of weeks. I'm going to do what you did to me. I'm going to go for 11.
Right.
It's only fair.
Yeah.
Okay, and 50 quid in the pot from all of us.
No.
Jordan in last over of the innings, and Bahadian hits a low full toss down to the extra cover field, a deep extra cover, and they will take 1.
Nigel needs it to go for less than 29 to win his 5 back. I need it to go for less than 23.
Both of those looking good bets at the moment. Wait, what was the 100 quid that you mentioned?
Was that under 154?
Under 154.
We should get another jingle in because we've got a 100 partnership between Bahadian and AB de Villiers.
Been one of the worst 100 partnerships I've ever seen.
But there's no time to get the Centurion. I'll do it after the next ball.
Jordan in to De Villiers expectantly. De Villiers to the offside, ball to the leg side, all the way over the top. There aren't any fielders there anyway, but they wouldn't have got it, and it's one of these.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
That was real class there.
That was classy.
That's AB de Villiers, the AB de Villiers.
He's warming up with.
I feel sorry for Natalie in a way. But,
yeah. No, I feel sorry for Fred.
Yeah,
We've never met Natalie. We don't. She might be very strange.
Quite possibly. If she If she's going out with the gorilla listener without one.
Oh, don't ostracise them all.
No, I suddenly realised. Please,
you.
Patreon. Chris Jordan in again. This is short. De Villiers has made space outside the leg stump and played it out to the deep cover fielder, and he will take 1. Has there been 11 off the over? So what do they start on? 130?
Yeah, 11. Yeah, my 8's looking dodgy. Well, you need a dot ball, dear. But in fact, whoever said 11's 1.
Wait, who are you referring to as dear?
The person who said 11.
I said 11. I'm dear. Thank you very much.
I need to save 13 runs off this ball to get my 100 quid back. So it could. Yes, I actually often see 11 off the ball when they bowl a beamer and it goes for 4, and then they hit the 3 ball for 6. So if it was 11, I would still be tense. But
Chris Jordan trying not to bowl a beamer. That's a good length outside off stump, driven like a tracer bullet, one might suggest, through the covered to the extra cover fielder. It's fielded. They'll take one, so the 12 from the over. South Africa are going to finish their T20 innings having one.
Are England going to win by 7 wickets in the 17th over?
Indeed. South Africa 142 for 3. JJ Smuts out first ball, none from 1, Golden Duck. Hendricks 3 from 2. AB de Villiers 65 not out. David Miller 9, caught Butler, bowled Wood, and
First ball's over his head through to keep no run.
So do you think the next World Cup is going to be in the Gulf and have to be moved to the winter?
No, the next
one's in England.
The next one's in England. So say that again. So what, they're having more games and less teams?
Yeah, because it's a round robin.
Let me find the tweet.
They're not doing
Given that the
thing
next
again,
World Cup would have 45 group games rather than this year's 42, with 4 fewer games, the only reason is
4 fewer teams.
The BCC.
It's a 10-team World Cup, but they're all in one big round robin. To
No,
start.
are you joking?
That's how it's working.
That's not happening. No, it's not happening.
That's what the original format was about.
That's not happening.
Are they changing it?
They've gone back.
So what?
Well, they're going back to what they're doing now. Apparently,
What, 10 teams? How's that going to work?
That was in the news today.
Really? Oh, so they're going to like what? 2 groups of 5?
No, I think they're just going back to what we've got now.
Oh, what? So they're going to let the associates in again?
Dave Richardson. I know Dave Richardson did say that the World Cup format was not set in stone, because actually this one was supposed to be 10 teams.
Yeah, and then they all protested, and then it got changed.
Rightly so. I mean,
well, you've seen I'm assuming you've all seen and signed the petition that's been going around to scrap the.
And it's interesting.
That's full, and on the pads of Brendan McCullum, it's gone out to long leg.
I was saying, do we really need to bother mentioning this, because it's so obvious? A few weeks back in the Ireland West Indies game, and someone made the very good point, I can't remember who it was, that yes, we do, because it was this public peer pressure that saw it change once, and there's no reason why it can't happen again.
That signature has had 15,000 signatures, and it's only been up a few days, as started by Nick Sharland, who's one of our listeners.
Oh, brilliant.
Good man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just obvious, wasn't it? But at the same time, you've got to scream it out, otherwise these people don't hear it, which is fair point.
So you're kind of saying Guerrilla Cricket saved the World Cup. well done, Nick.
Well done,
Well done, Nick Sharland.
I can't actually find anything about a format change here on Crick Info. Can't see anything.
Yeah, so we're meant to get that one confirmed before we get everyone's hopes up.
I'm sure. I thought something on a tweet somewhere, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Kane Williamson faces up Johnson bowls, a short ball. Down the arse. Would it be given as a wide?
Surely that was a wide.
No, it's not been given.
Oh, it was a wide down the leg side, wasn't it?
Mercy. Yeah, I can't find anything about this.
It's close to no ball too.
I'll have a poke in and see what we can. Can any listeners out there, if you've got any information on this, any Sky sources, do 406 picks in, please.
Yeah, it's 407 now, so we want them in. That would be good. I think Ireland have done themselves very proud. I've enjoyed watching Afghanistan.
The UAE have been pretty decent.
The UAE have been very decent. Mitch in full on the legs and chipped down to a very fine leg by Williamson. Don't know if it came with the pad. No, it came with the bat. It's been given to him. 4 more runs, 45 for 1.
I love Johnson's bafflement that the leg side
half volley
has gone for 4, and he's sitting there going, how did that?
To the shortest boundary in world cricket.
And you're thinking, mate, jeepers.
And he also has got 3 slips in. Champions Trophy because it's quick, and it does exactly what it should do, which is a lot of knockout games, which are quite exciting, and no one gets that much of a life.
But it's not. The whole point is it's a bit of fun. Yeah. It's a bit of fun in between. They actually used to have an ICC knockout tournament to tried once.
But at least every game means something.
I think every game means something for someone in this World Cup. It's just
not for the bigger teams. That's the thing, isn't it? That's Brendan McCullum plays that up to cover, and there's no run.
No, McCullum's making it mean something for him. He's sort of he's batting almost against himself.
True. He's got freedom.
We're finding out here the really useful, informative thing that if you bowl short outside off stump to Brendan McCullum, he actually can hit the ball quite hard and far, which was something I didn't know before. So thank you very much for channeling that.
And I'd imagine if you bowl sort of roughly top of off, he doesn't do quite so well.
Yeah, shock, absolute shock. I mean, I'm stunned.
Mitchell, a rattled Mitchell Johnson comes into bowl to Brendan McCullum, who gives himself the fucking room outside the leg stump. It was full, it was on the stumps, and made no difference to BMAC. Smashed it straight past Mitch, all the way to the long on boundary for 4 more runs.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Seriously, Johnson's very lucky he didn't get a foot on that because it would have taken it with it.
Yeah, he's not taking no shit, is Brendan. I do like Brendan McCullum.
That takes balls. Even at this stage of the game, it's just that man just is fearless.
Some batsmen do this when they get injured.
He doesn't do it when he's injured. He
No,
just does it all the time.
I think he's doing it's very hard to tell, but he seems to be doing it slightly more than anything.
Maybe he wants his record back for the fastest, whatever it is, and you have him limit over
50?
cricket. 50,
He's
maybe.
got to get 18 balls. He's on 31 of 13, so if we're honest, he's slacking on that.
4 sixes, it's done. But he's just played that out on the offside.
Yeah, exactly. I told you he was slacking.
No run.
No news on this associates thing. Nice to see plenty of articles up about, keeping them in, but nothing in terms of a change of heart from the wisdom people in the Ivory Towers. To semis and second/third place to quarter-finals.
Oh, it was like rugby playoff type thing.
Yeah, I quite like that.
Yeah.
Runs through the slips down to a very fine third man for 4 more runs.
He could have hit that anywhere in his own.
They like to hang back.
No, we had a whole load of them at our cricket club, and they certainly don't do that. They like to hit the ball out of the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of aerial.
Woof.
Here in time for the second innings, at least.
How's things in Cardiff, apart from the fact that 1,100 people are about to lose their jobs there, aren't they? Tesco. You know, Tesco, I mean, do they not make enough profits? Do they have to make 1,100 people redundant? Am I getting too political? Who knows?
No.
No, indeed not. I like to look at the most recent profits of Tesco's and work out whether they really do need to streamline their...
CEO's salaries and bonus awards are always a good one in that as well.
That'd be quite fun as well. I'm not quite sure why they suddenly need to make 1,100 people redundant just like that. Anyway, looking like he's going to open the bowling.
He does bowl fifth spin.
He opens the batting, and it's like being at school. Opens the batting, and he gets to open the bowling. It's the slow left arm of JJ Smuts.
Smart, I love it. The adventures of a slut. Oh, I'm a market they can't glut. I don't know what compares with
Smuts.
Smuts it is. Left arm round the wicket.
More Tom Lehrer jingles, please.
Is that Tom Lehrer? I like that jingle. It's quite good fun, isn't it? I think this is a good idea, taking pace off the ball. Maybe they think that the pitch is a little bit slow. AB de Villiers has just batted on it, so he would be able to judge that. So From the man who's now, well, one of the men out for Wayne Parnell was at deep square leg. He had to make a lot of ground round the perimeter to get to that, and he couldn't quite get there. It's 4 runs.
You gotta have fun, booty. You gotta have fun to be more.
Pretty effective top edge. Yep. After this ball, I have a few more tweets. They're flooding in.
He's in. That's a much better ball, but it's nicely driven up to mid on the edge of the circle, but it went too firmly for there to be a run.
The man who goes way pom pom. The Afrikaner getting to open the batting and the bowling. Hello, welcome to 1967.
Oh my goodness me! There you go.
So that was Eddie Barlow, wasn't it?
Eddie Barlow. He was a good player for Derbyshire.
Andy Ward says the most famous JJ was in the Cannonball Run. He was Dynamite.
No, JJ Williams, JJ Abrams.
JJ Abrams, yeah. This bowling spell brought to you with lens flares. Smouty says enjoyed listening while running in the pouring rain. That sounds quite nice, actually. Damn. Blaming you for the slow pace, though. # too distracting.
Parnell in again. He gives himself room outside the leg stump and then pushes firmly to mid-off. Hales did well there. He could have just let it go and gone for the big heave, but he watched the ball and pushed it up to Mosseli, who's... he's the wicketkeeper, isn't he? So,
Feliqueo,
I think it was, yeah. Mangalizo Mosseli is, I think, how you pronounce his name. Mosseli.
Muttley says, how many Cardiff jobs can you fit into it? Sounds like the beginning of a joke. And the man who goes way says way.
Way! So we got a ring of 4 on the offside and a slip. A man at mid-on, a man at short fine leg, and he's mucking around, Hales, going one way and t'other to try and upset the line of Parnell. He doesn't really achieve that, and all he can do is guide the ball to short third man, and there is no run.
This is almost as much foot movement in this over as he displayed in his entire Test career to date. Because for a man who was
cutting,
I know what
you're saying.
It's not cutting; it's an observation. There are lots of great batsmen who didn't move their feet, and 2 of my favourite cricketers of all time didn't move their feet very much. Skothic and Sehwag.
Oh God, yes, that's absolutely true.
But you know, he's being funky at least.
He is. He's doing it again, and this time he waits for the ball and then steers it into the offside, but places it beautifully. Bahardian eventually gets there. It was almost as if he was accompanying the ball towards the boundary there. He was running alongside it before he could actually get down and stoop and pick it up. But they got back for 2. Hales moves to 8, 11 for no wicket.
Speeding over the practice wickets.
It was indeed. It wasn't going like a tracer bullet. Because we've discovered that tracer bullets go in the interval. We discovered that tracer bullets go apparently slower than the normal bullets. What is a normal? I'm not sure what a normal bullet is. Anyway, here comes Parnell. Final ball of his first over. Hales tries to clip this away off his legs, but I think it's come off the pad towards square leg. And the fielder is very worried. They might come back for a second as he's come all the way from short fine leg, and eventually he's done enough to prevent
when
them
you think
doing
about
that.
it does make sense because they're expending energy on being bright and lit rather than actually propelling the thing forward.
Yeah, with a normal bullet you don't see the path.
Yeah.
Barney Hayward says, whose Twitter avatar is a lovely picture of a cat. Yorkshireman and YJB fan, but I've got everything crossed for Jason not as good as Bairstow Roy. There has been talk of a...
But it's been brilliantly caught by a man about 20 rows back. In the crowd, and he's milking it for all he's worth, and that was
of a sky clearing and humidity clearing thunderstorm tomorrow.
Yes, I think there's been a few up north, from what I hear. Swept really well by Roy. He's absolutely picked that up, and it's been brilliantly caught by a man about 20 rows back in the crowd, and he's milking it for all he's worth. And that was good skill from two Englishmen. I'm guessing he's an Englishman. Of course, he might be a South African. But it was beautifully picked up, that one by Roy. Maybe that will give him the confidence, although we've said that before. Oh, that was not very pleasant, the follow-up, I'm afraid to say. He gave himself room and then tried to clobber it with a cross bat, but had no timing at all, and the ball just rolled back to the bowler. Smuts is at the end of his run. Here he comes again. Roy's playing silly buggers with his footwork again and flicks this away into the onside. They'll come through for a single.
Do you get the impression Jason Roy doesn't rate John Trevor Smuts?
Yeah, kind of.
But that was a hell of a pickup.
That was a beautiful sweep, wasn't it? That's a really good...
That's right on the length for a slog sweep, though. I mean,
yeah, but
couldn't have bowled it any better for it.
But it's a beautiful pickup. It's a beautiful pickup.
Martley says, I keep hearing Smutch, which is a variant of my nickname. One of my mates calls me #confused.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, I can see Mutley and Smuts. This is defended back to not Mutley, but Smuts, and there is no run. He's got one ball left in his second over. God, he's got through this over quickly. Here he is, into Hales. Hales is down the wicket, didn't really get there, but has just got enough on it to clear the infield in the covers. And it's Shwayo going back to field that, and they'll get through for 2. Hales goes to 11, Roy has 9. England, after 3 overs, chasing 143 to win, are 22 without loss. We are out of tweet emergency. So if you're out there in the Twitter sphere, get tweeting. Otherwise, we don't know what we'll do, really.
Have we discussed the fact that Anil Kumble is now no longer the Indian coach?
We haven't, but I mean, it's an extraordinary development. I mean, I know leading into the Champions Trophy, there was still a lot of talk about it. And then I understood that he was going to go to India. He was going to go to the West Indies for this follow-up tour that they're doing there. But he resigned, didn't he? Actually,
he resigned while they were on the plane.
Oh, he resigned on the plane.
Well, he wasn't on the plane, but the rest of the team were on the plane when he resigned, because he stayed back in London to have a meeting.
Ah, okay.
I think at that point they may have known something was up.
Where's the coach? Where's the coach? He's in coach class. No, he wasn't. 22 for no wicket. Parnell will
continue. It doesn't say a great deal for Virat Kohli's character that he...
Well,
after this ball,
Parnell bowls down the leg side, and that will be 4. I'm not sure whether he actually got bat on that. It may have just come off the thigh. It has indeed, but it's brought England 4 runs. Talk about in the future. We don't always have a lot of time in these T20s, but it does seem odd. And apparently there was the latest thing I read was that Kohli abused him a couple of hours before. Abused in a sort of verbal way before the start of the Champions Trophy final. Anyway, Parnell down the wicket comes right. Oh, he's absolutely connected with that, and that has gone quite flat, quite long, quite far back into the 15th row for one of these. You've got to be really quick on your feet to come down the wicket to a quick bowler, and then power that to the long-on boundary. That's an absolutely superb shot, and that's Jason Roy at his best. Let's hope he stays in this vein of form. Here comes Parnell again. Short ball. Oh, what's he done there? He's flapped at this and somehow got a bit of an edge on it, and it's flown high but also fine and down the boundary for 4 more. who puts in a valiant but vain dive, and this will ultimately trickle to the long-on boundary, the wide long-on boundary, for another 4. Well, England are making short work of this. 40 for no wicket. We're only 4 balls into the 4th over. And Roy is looking on song.
I bring exciting news. Jason, if you could poise yourself over an
harnessed properly as a young player, and you're going to be inconsistent at the highest levels. West Indies showing exactly that inexperience and not being able to perform all the time. 45 overs gone, 172 for 7.
Gotta do that, do that, do this. Gotta do that, do that, do this. Down for the race, we're getting it faster. Be just a minute, ain't your master. Do whatever it takes to be the best. Grab the storm and free the spread. I took the challenge.
For the entire tour of the West Indies. See that 5th ODI in Jamaica on the 6th of July and the only T20 match on the 9th in Jamaica. Sabina Park to be exact. Just to the point that I was making. So one is the talent and the development of the talent that we currently have at this point in time. There are no experienced players in this team. So the best of the West Indies not on show for different reasons. Some not being eligible, some having additional issues which are not resolved. You have a West Indian team that is really not very competitive against India at the moment.
Could those issues not have been resolved for the larger good of the team, especially when you're talking about qualifications for World Cup? You would not want to see a state when West Indies has to go and qualify and play with the associate nations. That's not the heights we have seen West Indies cricket in. Flighted and driven. He's been mighty impressive, Kuldeep Yadav.
It's very disappointing for West Indian supporters not to see a West Indies team at the recent Champions Trophy tournament. But Kuldeep Yadav, on the other hand, is really impressed for India. Among the Indian bowlers, only Piyush Chawla has taken more wickets than Kuldeep in the first 3 innings of ODI cricket. Dot delivery to finish the over. 175 for 7.
Home is here again.
It's 9th over now. Nice looking shot from Devendra Bishu. You'd think that the West Indies will want to bat out the remaining overs, try to get close to that 200 mark. Bishu hails from Guyana. He's played a couple useful innings at the first class level, the 50 over list A level.
I think that's the only option left for them, just to garner as many runs as they can. The situation which they have left themselves in, there's not too many other options. You don't have a batsman batting, it's Ashley Nurse. Yes, he can wield the long handle, but again, in that process, if you lose another wicket, you're not even going to end up playing 50 overs, which we saw even in the last game. 38.2 is where they succumbed to a 93-run defeat against India. Yeah, Bishu, you're right. He can hold the bat, and he looks quite organized, although he might not have the scores to suggest. Oh, hello.
Add innovation, adventure to that batting skill.
Do we have direct communication lines with these cricketers? Sometimes when we praise them, they end up either giving away the wicket or going for a boundary.
It just have been the commentator's curse if he got out. But still searching for that boundary in every over, the West Indies.
Even this morning when they started off the proceedings, yes, they weren't looking too comfortable. They were trying to grind it out against the likes of Umesh Yadav and Mohammad Shami. But it is how you rotate strike. It is how you take those singles when the opposition is bowling well. What are the ways and means? You can still scramble singles. I think that is something which they need to look at.
Yeah, you kind of feel for Jason Holder, captain of this West Indies ODI team. There are no senior players for him to use as sounding boards while the game is unfolding. You see Virat Kohli leaning on MS Dhoni at different times on the field. When to think of it, who can Jason Holder lean on when the game is unfolding on the field?
If he literally leans on somebody, somebody's going to fall over. Because he's so tall. 178 for 7.
Pulled away for one. Look, Kartik, I've had the opportunity of playing alongside some very good players at the international level, at the first class level. And I understand how important it is to have senior players around, to nurture young talent, to guide them. This West Indian team just lacking that. I gave a Trinidad and Tobago example, the likes of Darren Bravo, Adrian Barrett, having to guide them, let them understand that it's important for them to learn the art of batsmanship from very young.
Trying to pull. Very good reaction from Umesh Yadav. Going to the other side, jumping to the other side of the wicket and taking that catch.
Very athletic from the big fast bowler. It's very good to react to the opportunity to take a catch. Drop shoulders here from Ashley Nurse. Full shot. Example, the likes of Darren Bravo, Adrian Barrett, having to guide them, let them understand that it's important for them to learn the art of batsmanship from very young.
Taken, trying to pull. Very good reaction from Umesh Yadav. Going to the other side, jumping to the other side of the wicket and taking that catch.
Very athletic from the big fast bowler. It's very good to react to the opportunity to take a catch. Drop shoulders here. Crease. It's a short delivery. Just to drill down on my point, Kartik. When I speak about harnessing young talent, I think a captain has a responsibility to do so. This was the dismissal. Top edge onto the helmet, very similar to Shea Hope in the last ODI match. This time the ball not going very high in the air. Very well to change direction. Umesh Yadav and diving for the catch. So Darren Bravo had a chance to bat at number 3 and to understand the importance of his role.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player, but this time that attempted pull going nowhere. But back to Umesh Yadav, who made good ground. Jumped to the other side of the pitch. It's not easy when you're bowling. Your follow-through is taking you to somewhere else.
A little extra bounce. Just surprising Bishu, taking the bottom hand off with soft hand in the end.
And I'm completely with you, Darren, when you talk about the role which the senior players and the experienced players give you. I think experience is something which you can never buy from anywhere. That is something which you just go through with your mistakes which you make, with all the learnings which you have. But yeah, if you have a young side where the most experienced player is your captain, he doesn't have anybody to lean on, to rely on, and the only person you can go back to is the coach. But that doesn't happen because he's not on the pitch with you.
Hot upper sleep. Might get a couple. Yes, they will. 2 runs to finish the over. It's 183 for 8.
Introducing Pepsi Black. Max Taste, 0 calories, now in India.
Biggest partnerships at the top of the innings, 57, 23, 41. After that, it's been a struggle. String partnerships together and to get meaningful runs from the West Indian batsmen. Nazari Joseph hails from the island of Antigua. He'll get an extra run. The manual scoreboard here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Nazari Joseph's grandmother, I understand, is a member of the staff, working hard, giving the results, the one to the far right. Got delivery. Just making room. Vivian Bishu looking to run it down.
And coming back to the conversation we were having, Darren, I think even when young players come, you want the senior players to shepherd them through, to give a few things on a platter, and which is what experience does. And then just the fact that in a cauldron like international cricket, you want those senior players when you're competing against all these strong sides. And that's where I feel, when you look at the number of names missing in this West Indies team, with all the issues which you're talking about, or we hear about, or we read about, I think for the greater good of West Indies cricket and international cricket, they need to be resolved.
Quick single, direct hit. He might be a goner. Looked like his bat was in the air. Vivian Bishu caught off guard. Couldn't quite turn to see if the fielder was aiming for the non-striker stumps. Jadeja it was.
Yeah, he's just too good. He hits one stump and you've given him 3 stumps to aim at. Just dead eye aim into the center of those 3. Don't even need to refer to anyone else. The batsman knows that he is a goner, and that's where he's headed. 9th wicket falling for West Indies. It's 184 on board, and Devendra Bishu goes for a useful 15.
Gotta do that, that, you this. Gotta do that, you this. Down for the race, we getting it faster. Be just a mid-angel master. Do whatever it takes to be the best. Grab the storm and bring the spread.
I took the challenge. Will you?
Introducing Pepsi Black. Max Taste 0 calories, now in India.
Fog Scent, new fashion wear for men.
Kesrick Williams will join Alzari Joseph, who had the strike. Beaten a bit for pace, playing a pull shot and not quite getting it right. This was Bishu being way short. A little bit of hesitation and didn't have a chance. Excellent piece of fielding. Took his time to aim. Ravi Jadeja and hit the bullseye.
Yeah, it's not the first time he's done that. And this time the bounce was so favorable. He had all the time in the world.
$184 for 9.
Finally, अपना घर.
Happy?
Very happy.
ओए, क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं यार, बस एक सपना था. जब अपना घर हो, बाहर एक गार्डन होना चाहिए.
आपका गार्डन?
कैसे?
Amazon से.
घास भी?
हाँ? See? यहाँ मिलेगा घर सजाने का मुश्किल से मुश्किल हर सामान. Amazon, इंडिया के सपनों की अपनी दुकान.
Fog Scent, new fashion wear for men.
1 over to finish the innings. It will be Umesh Yadav. India will be quite pleased with this effort. A chance for a single. The West Indies not being able to capitalize on this opportunity for a run. It's all going horribly wrong for them with the bat.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph not amused with what happened. They wanted that single. Not too many runs on board.
Before the inning closes, just want to make the point that there's a role for everyone to get West Indian cricket back to the top. A lot of people debate the decisions of the selectors, but they have a role to play in harnessing this young talented team, choosing the right opportunity. The blood players, coaches, an even bigger role throughout the Caribbean. You hear so much about the young developmental programs, the young talented cricketers interacting with the best coaches available in the Caribbean. These are all factors I think Cricket West Indies, Jimmy Adams, the director of cricket, will be working on, because in the last couple of years there have been some positives as well. An extension of the first class competition, regional cricketers having more security in terms of contracts to play the game. Couple of runs for Alzari Joseph.
And I think also all the past greats coming and interacting with these boys will also make a huge difference. I think that is where the inspiration comes from. Knowing what West Indies cricket stands for, I think that is something which would also be in the agenda of Jimmy Adams. Because it's the role models you look forward to, isn't it? It could be present day role models, and if you don't have any present day role models, look into the past, into the rich history, into that legacy which has been set by all the former greats.